Revoking passports. That's a fact. But here's what most people don't know. There are official tax relief programs designed to help struggling taxpayers. Programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief. Optima's award-winning team will fight to protect your paycheck, your passport, and your property. Their tax attorneys and licensed tax professionals will work tirelessly to get you the best deal possible with the IRS. Every day, penalties and interest keep piling up, so don't wait. Call Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Talk Radio 1210. WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Live and local from Philadelphia. The Dawn Stenzlin Show on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
That's right. You can't stop this train. Like, take that, take that, take that, take that. This is your girl, Kathy Barnett. I am sitting in. We got a lot to get into. I have my wonderful friend. He's so smart. He's like just a sage of an individual with wisdom. Joe from Texas, Mr. Joe Penland, is going to be on today. And then I have the unflappable Carrie Lake. Yes, the girl does not flinch. And I love it. And that is the embodiment of the type of leaders we need in our country today. People who have been tried and tested. People who do not listen to the noise. People who do not flinch when a train is coming towards them, but they burrow in. The problem with the Republican Party, let me correct that. The problem with the Republican voter is that you have been trained to only vote for people who are, quote unquote, electable. And they love to use that term, right? Because you guys want good people. I know you do. I was out there. I mean, you voted for me. Thank you. And you voted for me because you knew down in the recesses of your mind, in the back of your throat, deep down in your belly, you knew that I was the type of person you wanted in office. Because you wanted people who understood what you are thinking. You understand. You want people who can relate to you, who are dealing with some of the same issues you're dealing with. You wanted that. But the Achilles heel for Republican voters is that when the system, when the establishment, when the Republicans who have their hands firmly fixed on the power of our system, when they decide they don't want an individual like myself, then what they come in front of you, the voting base, is say, oh, that person is unelectable. And what they mean is there is nothing in this person's whole life story that will ever ruffle the feathers of anyone. That's a jellyfish, people. That person is a jellyfish. And then we wonder, we scratch our head, and we say out loud, why won't the Republican Party, those who have been elected, why won't they stand up for us? People, because you voted for jellyfishes. You voted for people who have no spine. And you do it religiously. I mean, we should just label a church. We should go file 501c3 papers on this, on how you guys vote. You vote for jellyfishes. You vote for people who have never in their life. You can go back 10, 15 years on Twitter, and there is not one scratch of evidence that this person ever said anything that made anyone feel uncomfortable, ever did anything that made anyone say, wait a minute now, never backed anybody up in a corner. They just said yes. They kept their head low. They just figured out what are the steps to acquire more and more power? And you people, my lovely voters, the electorate, you vote for them. And you vote for them because you've been trained. It's in your mind. It's a part of your schema. That's really hard to unwire. Because religiously, they come out and you see it almost like clockwork. They say, oh, that person's unelectable. Oh, that person said marriage should be between one man and one woman. Oh, no. That person is unelectable. Oh, they believe that you shouldn't murder your baby. That mothers, that women should not go around murdering children. Should not be murdering some of the most innocent people in our society. Just because they haven't drawn breath yet doesn't make them non-existent. That's a life. Because here's the litmus test. If I walked in and said, hey guys, I'm pregnant and we're excited, you would all say, congratulations, Kathy. But if I walk in and say, hey guys, I'm pregnant and I'm not sure. Well, you know what, Kathy? You do what is best for you, right? How the baby never changed. We've been wired. And when you live a life like I live, which is society will not wire me, I know the difference between right and wrong, and I am willing to stake my entire life on what I believe to be true. Oh, she's a radical. Oh, no. And then you have situations like this where it is blatant. It is in your face what these Somalis have done. It is in your face. You go out on Twitter right now. You see videos of the young Somalians doing dance videos with stacks of cash, bands of cash, dancing like ha ha, hee hee. What you gonna do about it? And then you wonder why you don't really, yesterday I had Congressman Burgess Owens on the line, and I asked him, I didn't say it in this exact word, but has Speaker Johnson put out the bat signal? Put out the bat signal. Has he called members of the Republican Party in the House to say, hey, when we get back, we're going to tackle this. We're going to tackle it. This is ridiculous. We're not having this on our watch. Republicans control the House. We control the Senate. We control the White House. We're going to make some changes. We got a word salad, and I love Burgess. I do. But we got basically the narrative language that we've all become used to, which is we understand there is a problem. And this is wrong. And something has to be done about it. Like what exactly? But again, you vote for this. You vote for people who have done absolutely nothing to show you that they are willing to rush into a burning building and look for you, fight for you, give you their oxygen mask to make sure you make it out okay. Overwhelmingly, that's who we vote for in the Republican Party. So, 2026 gotta look different, people. Because let me tell you what's going to happen. By the grace of God, I have a phone and a contact list that will make you blush. I'm kidding. Make you blush in a good way. I can call just about anybody. And I text these people regularly. I have conversations with them. If I want a tweet to go viral, I can do it. I used to have 1 million impressions a day on Twitter. I decided I don't want that because in order to get 1 million impressions a day, you got to be booking it. And your whole life has to be on social media. And I don't want that. It's a cesspool of a place to pitch a tent in, right? So now I get, a little over 1 million a month, right? Impressions. And that was by choice. But if I want something to go viral, if I want to get 1 million or 2 million people to look at something that I'm saying, I can do that. If I want to pick up the phone and call powerful people to call other powerful people and back them off of me, guess what? I can do that. Or I can use their platform that's bigger than my platform and really beat up on some people. I can do that. How many of you can do that? That's the reason why this matters. That's the reason why you can no longer afford to stick your head in the sand and pretend this doesn't affect you. Because yes, the system right now feels really crummy. But guess what? You don't want the alternative. If this feels crummy, you just wait. You just wait. You know what? I'm going to play. Can we play clip number 5 instead? Kirk, I know I told you clip number 2, but let's play clip number 5 because, guys, this is just how blatant this is. Go ahead and play it.
So, guys, this is absolutely mind-blowing. So I was watching the most recent video by Nick Shirley exposing these daycare centers. Now, they're going daycare to daycare, and the next one that they go to is called Sweet Angel Childcare. This is where they show up to. And this is the business right here. Sweet Angel Childcare in Minneapolis, Minnesota. Now, listen to where this phone number goes to when you call this childcare center. Just wait for it.
Thank you for contacting the Office of Governor Tim Walz and Lieutenant Governor Peggy Flanagan. Our office is located at 130 State Capitol at 75 Reverend.
Oh my God.
Bring it back to me. Yeah. Did y'all hear that? So one of the many places that Nick Shirley, a 23-year-old YouTuber who was wearing an oversized gray hoodie with a pair of very baggy jeans on, just a wonderful young man, I'm sure, but I really appreciate what he's done. But he's not, Sean Hannity. You know Sean Hannity ain't going to get come from behind that desk and do anything meaningful. But he's just an average kid who goes out with kind of a makeshift production crew with his little camera and his little microphone. He's like, putting in front of different people's faces. But he just walks into Minnesota and he goes to a number of these daycare centers who are receiving up to $6 million. And he knocks on the door. They're misspelling words on the signage outside. All the windows are blacked out. There are no children anywhere, no playgrounds anywhere. And he just knocks on the door and he says, "Can I come in? Can I get paperwork to enroll my fictitious child? Will my child be welcome?" He's just asking simple questions. And they're like, nope, right? And one of the daycare centers he went to is called Sweet Angel Childcare. This facility received $1.26 million in fiscal year 2025. So we're not talking about something that happened 10 years ago. This fiscal year alone, they received $1.26 million. They're licensed for 74 kids. We paid them $1.26 million. There are no kids have ever been seen there during the day. The people refused to answer his question. The door was locked when he walked up to it to open it. They refused to give him enrollment paperwork. And again, no kids were observed. So another man went on to, you go into Google and you Google Sweet Angel Childcare, which I did. And the video you just heard, on Google, they give you a listing. It has typically directions, phone number, share, save. It tells you when they're open and when they're closed. It gives you the address of the facility. So this particular video that you just heard, he pressed the call button, the phone rang, and it was directed to the office of Governor Tim Walz. Play that one more time for them. Listen. Hey, play it. Can you play it?
I'll do it again.
Okay, any minute now. Okay. Anyway.
So guys, this is absolutely mind-blowing. So I was watching the most recent video by Nick Shirley exposing these daycare centers. Now, they're going daycare to daycare, and the next one that they go to is called Sweet Angel Childcare. This is where they show up to. And this is the business right here. Sweet Angel Childcare in Minneapolis, Minnesota. Now, listen to where this phone number goes to when you call this child care center. Just wait for it.
Thank you for contacting the office of Governor Tim Walz and Lieutenant Governor Peggy Flanagan. Our office is located at 130 State Capitol at 75 Reverend.
Oh,
yeah. Yeah. Okay. It's in your face, people. What are you going to do about it? You're listening to Kathy Barnett. I'll be right back on the other side of this break.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
The smartphone has made us stupid. We live in a society where you are just programmed now to have this thing in your hand. It's like an addiction. It's like smoking or drinking. You don't even know you're doing it. How many times are you in a setting where there's zero reason for you to have your phone in your hand? It's almost become a crutch in society to avoid social interactions with people.
Start your day with Kale and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Do you feel embarrassed, trapped, maybe even ashamed just because you own a timeshare? Well, I'm here to tell you you're not alone. Chuck McDowell here, the timeshare cancellation guy. I get over 3,000 complaints a week from all kinds of folks that feel the same way you do. Honest people, teachers, veterans, grandparents, all losing sleep over a timeshare they can't get rid of. That's why 15 years ago, I founded Wesley Financial Group to help people take their lives back. Today, I run Wesley with my two sons, a real family business, treating every client and every employee like we would want our own family to be treated. That mindset has helped us cancel over 50,000 timeshares from people just like you. So if you're stuck in a timeshare, give us a call. Let our family help your family.
Call Wesley now for your free timeshare exit kit. 800-981-4455. That's 800-981-4455. 800-981-4455.
What's up, world? It's Von Miller, Super Bowl MVP, chicken farmer, and now host of Free Range. This is a show where I go off the field and off the script. We're talking what's hot in music, film, trending news, and everything blowing up your feed. If you love football, you'll feel at home. But if you're here for the vibes, the internet deep dives, the conversation, this is your podcast. Join me every Wednesday. Follow and listen to Free Range with me, Von Miller, everywhere you get your podcast.
If you're talking, they will hear you every single time.
Oh, we're getting killed.
Yeah, well, Kyle's not here.
How come?
Kicked off the team. Didn't Tim tell you? Kyle and some other kids got caught drinking beer in the park a couple of nights ago.
Really?
Yeah, zero tolerance. He's out for the season.
Come on, it's a first offense, right?
That we know of. But why should that matter? He knew not to drink. I've made it clear to Matt, that's what we expect from him. What have you said to Tim?
Nothing really. You know, a lot of kids try it at this age, so...
Yeah, well, a lot of kids don't try it too. I'm not saying that Matt's gonna be this perfect kid, but if I don't tell him what we expect and why he shouldn't drink, how's he gonna know?
You think kids that age really listen?
They never admit it, Bill, but they hear more than you think.
Talk. They hear you. For more information about talking with kids about underage drinking, visit underagedrinking.samhsa.gov.
You are not your diagnosis.
And vision loss does not define you.
Your drive defines you.
And we are here to let those challenged with blinding retinal diseases know
that we are driven too.
To be a beacon of strength.
A champion of courage.
An advocate for hope.
And we are stronger together.
We fund.
We fight.
We win. We are the Foundation Fighting Blindness.
Join the fight at fightingblindness.org.
Hey, Hatboro. Tell your smart speaker deployed. 1210 WPHT. WPHT.
That's right, Pennsylvania. That's right, the world. They don't love you like I love you. I'm going to give it to you straight. I'm going to give it to you straight. You're listening to Kathy Barnett. And I'm out here looking at YouTube right now. And is it you, Rusty Wick Wire said nothing's going to be done about it. Rusty, that might be the case. But in large part, it's not going to be done about it because our voters keep voting for jellyfishes. We keep voting for people with no spines. We keep voting for people who don't have one thing in their track record that has ever told us that when times get tough, they're going to run into a burning building and try to save us. Stop voting for the electable person, quote unquote. Because by electable, what we mean is that there's not one example of this person ever doing anything that makes anybody feels uncomfortable. And if you are living in the world today, there should be a lot of things that make you feel uncomfortable right now. And if I can't find one example of you ever doing anything that makes anybody feels just a little bit uncomfortable, that's a problem. And I ain't voting for you. How about that? How about that? So that's my answer. Rusty Wick Wire. How you doing, sir? Keep on chatting. You're listening to Kathy Barnett. And right now I want to bring in my good friend, Mr. Joe Penland, Joe from Texas.com. How are you, sir?
I'm doing fine, Kathy, and I wish I really knew how you felt about that last topic.
I know, right?
Yeah.
I have never been accused of not sharing my real thoughts with anyone.
I have to agree.
I'm just over it. So, listen, I don't want you specifically, sir, to talk about, the Minnesota fraud, but I brought you on because last night I was looking at the national debt. $38 trillion. I was looking at the interest we pay on national debt, $5.6 trillion. And I was looking at all the tax money that my federal government received is $5.2 million. So $5.2 trillion is bad enough. But guess what? We pay in interest $5.6 trillion more than our federal government brings in by taxing me and you at $5.2 trillion. And then I look at, the Minnesota fraud. I think that's just the tip of the iceberg. I'm going to play a video later on today of what the U.S. Attorney General in Ohio just said, that there's a tremendous amount of fraud there. We know there's fraud all across our country. But this is in our face. We see it. I just want you to help put some context at what is at stake if we don't get this thing right now.
Well, you have to. Yeah, and you have to be very swift with it. You can't kick this down the road 4 or 5 years and so forth. If people defrauded the government, whether it was COVID or anywhere, you're actually stealing money from the American people. And nothing could be any lower than that right now except messing with a child. If you steal from the American people, and we know these people did this and had a plan to do that, well, I mean, they just need to be punished by the harshest measures we can. And that's one thing that we're going to have to get to someday, Kathy, is the punishment has got to outweigh the crime. If we just continue to slap people on the back of the hand, let them out real quick because they paid their debt to society and so forth, we're never going to get a handle on this. If you go all the way back to when President Lincoln was assassinated, look what happened within a month of that. They took the other 4 people that was conspirators and they hung them. They didn't put up with. If that happened today, we'll put those 4 people in prison for the next 80 years. You know, we've lost our grit as a country, and there's no reason for that. We have to get tough on crime. Now, obviously, one punishment doesn't fit all, but these heinous crimes, we just need to do away with those people because they're sick anyway, and they're going to come right back and do the same thing to some other misfortunate child or woman. We got to stop this.
We got to stop
we
it.
did good. We did good at the border by shutting down millions of people coming in, got 0 people coming across the border. President Trump took the teeth literally out of the cartel. They don't come no more, so they can't use those women and children and traffic them like they were. For if you don't like the man, never liked the man, whatever, just the fact that women and children are not being murdered and raped coming across that border right now, he's the very best president we ever elected for that one reason only.
I absolutely agree, and I appreciate President Trump in this season. This season does not require someone who will clutch pearls. This season requires a flamethrower, a disruptor, just like Donald Trump. And so I'm grateful that he's in office. I had Congressman Burgess Owens on the show yesterday, and I asked him if Speaker Johnson had put out the bat signal. I know that everyone's on break right now, but if he had put out the bat signal, message with smoke signals that when we get back to work in January 2026, we're going to hit the ground running. We're going to do our part. And, I love Burgess, but, essentially the answer is no. Do you think, now you have a good relationship with House Speaker Johnson. Do you think he is up for the task of holding these people's feet to the fire?
Well, if he's not up to the task, he better get up to the task. He's on shaky ground. The margin is so thin there. The president needs to hold the House and the Senate. So, there's a lot more at stake than this one issue. So you got to look at that too. The president certainly at midterm is going to be the largest midterm, I guess, where presidents have to be in and wonder whether he's going to hold it or not. Because, they're going to start out with impeaching him immediately.
Yeah.
So we got a lot of things to look at between now and midterm. But we got to man up, woman up. We got to do what we're elected for. We need to represent the American people. And look, we're in a situation. This is a desperate situation in the time of America. We're almost 250 years old, and listen, America, we're broke. We can't buy nothing unless we charge it. Think of that. You can go to the store and you can buy something today, Kathy. The United States government cannot buy anything without financing it. Think how horrible that is.
Yeah. Yeah. And the fact that we're now buying up our own debt. So we can't even sell it. We can't even sell it to a lot of people.
Yeah, and all that is, you can't see the forest for the trees when you start doing that. So we're in trouble, and $38.5 trillion is a tremendous amount of money. But we got, as you know, my passion is Social Security. We can fix Social Security. We can fix it literally overnight, take a week or two to draw up some papers. We can get that done. It's kind of like the Titanic. Let's put all the people on Social Security in the lifeboats and save them. We can't save everybody on the Titanic. We can't get this $38.5 trillion out of our way right now, but we can fix Social Security for the elderly people in this country that deserve it.
Joe from Texas, Mr. Joe Penland, thank you so much for being on, sir. I appreciate you and your voice.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Kathy.
Okay, blessings. Okay, guys, there you have it. And that, and again, I know it's Christmas. Christmas just passed. Thanksgiving just passed. You have all your family here. We're thinking about what we're going to do in a couple of days now for New Year, or just tomorrow for New Year's Eve. We're thinking about the full year. I just want to be happy. I just want to enjoy the controllable. I want to control the controllables. I just want to enjoy my moment. Yes, I agree. Family is so important and you have to prioritize. But what I'm also saying to you is that if this country goes down, it's not going to go down because people like me have decided to sit out on the sidelines. It's going to be because of people like you who knew what was at stake. You know the information, and yet you're like, oh, nothing's going to change. I don't care. It's too hard. Oh, nobody cares. My vote doesn't matter. I'm just one person. I'm just going to sit it out. Yeah. These people are doing it in your face. And if you think now is bad, you let them get away with this. Yeah. And the way you let them get away with this is that you don't pile on to your elected official. If you're here in the state of Pennsylvania, you know what? I'm going to put on my Twitter page, go to Kathy for Truth. I'm going to list all of our elected Republican officials here in the state of Pennsylvania at the state level and the national level. And I want you to call them. I absolutely do. And I want you to lay it on them. Be respectful. No threats. But lay it on them. Let them know you are watching, especially for the House. Every last one of their seats are up for re-election this year. I mean, if they're not going to do anything, what's the point? Because that's the other strategy of the Republican Party is, well, who else are you going to vote for? Shut up. Sit down. Be quiet. Who else are you going to vote for? The Democrat? How about you don't vote at all? I mean, if they can't do nothing for you, what's the point? Get their behind out, run somebody else, or do it simultaneously. But I'm telling you, as one who ran against other Republicans don't fight Democrats. But boy, they are hell on wheels when it comes to fighting other Republicans. Oh, yeah, they get big mad. They get big mad. They poke out their chest, they huff and they puff, and they use all their energy against a fellow Republican, especially if that person is a conservative, especially if they think they cannot control that person, especially if they can't find no dirt on that person. Woo, these people get big mad. I've lived it. You can't tell me I'm wrong. I know I'm right. I lived it. Go on Google. You can find it. It wasn't Democrats who came out against me. It wasn't black people who came out against me. It wasn't Antifa. It wasn't the woke left. It was the woke right and the Republican establishment. Yeah. So maybe we sink it if we can't get them to work for us. We got some months. They got some months to prove to us that they're going to work for us. And if not, what's the point? I'm almost at the point. Y'all got me there. I'm almost at the point. Sink the ship, doggone it. If you ain't going to try to float with, if you ain't going to try to help me patch up these holes, what's the point? I'm tired. And I know I speak for a lot of Americans out here. We done the work. We got y'all behinds in office. What you going to do with it? What you going to do with it? What you going to do with it? I want to know that. What you going to do with it? You going to go and have meetings? You going to put out some white papers? You're going to go, right now on social media, they had all their operatives, the Republican Trump administrators, had all their operatives pushing out tweets last night saying, woo, there's a surge going on in Minnesota. Oh, there's a surge going on. You know what that surge consisted of? 2 people. I want to see 10 cars deep rolling in on all of these fictitious daycare centers, kicking door open. But you know what I saw? A surge was 2 people walking in saying, do you know who live right there? Have you ever seen them before? Do you have? No, no. I want to see hands up. What's going on? That's what I want to see. That's a surge. That's a surge. I want to see Republicans treat these doggone Somalians the way Democrats treated Donald Trump when they bum rushed Mar-a-Lago. I want to see the press there. I want to see helicopters hovering. I want to see stuff scattered everywhere. I want to see doors knocked in. Yes. And then figure out the due process later on. That's where I am. And I think that's where a lot of people are. Yep. And I don't care if you don't like it. I don't care if you're getting ruffled. I don't care if you're mad. Because I'm pissed. I've been pissed for a long time now. I've been pissed since, I don't know, Clinton. Okay, guys, this is Kathy Barnett. If you want to get in, call me, 855-839-1210. And hey, I would love to talk to the Republican who say, no, we're all in this together. We don't want the left. If you think it's bad now, then just wait what happened when they get in. Hey, we're already living it. And if y'all gonna do nothing and we lose in November of 2026 and Republicans win the House or Democrats win the House or the Senate, I'm screwed anyway. So why not take the ship down now? On my terms. How about that? Okay. See y'all on the other side.
Time now for today's Spotlight on Money, sponsored by University of Maryland Global Campus.
Numerous studies over the years have said that disagreements about money are the number one source of arguments in a relationship and one of the leading causes of divorce, regardless of income level. Ed Jertson, founder of the Engage Wealth Group in Chicago, says you can avoid that strife by having a stress-free conversation with your partner ahead of time.
What you prioritize and how you're going to handle money going forward as a collective unit.
I'm Rob Hart.
This new year, get started on your next success with University of Maryland Global Campus. An accredited state university, UMGC offers online and hybrid classes, along with more than 135 skills-based degrees and certificates in fields like business, cybersecurity, healthcare, and more. Gain the skills you need to achieve your career goals. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start January 7th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Gold is now over $4,500 an ounce. If you've got gold or silver just laying around, Estates Roadshow wants it. They're paying top dollar this Monday through Wednesday at TMT Cash for Gold in Cherry Hill. Go to tmtcashforgold.com.
Dan owed an unbelievable amount of money to the IRS.
I got behind on my taxes. It's a horrible feeling.
He was in denial.
And when I got those letters from the IRS, you wanted to act like they didn't exist.
Finally, Dan turned to Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima got me a settlement with the IRS. These people are really people-friendly. It was every bit of a new lease on life for me.
The fast action and the great results made Dan's head spin.
I felt like I was in a dream, but it's real, and I have paperwork to prove it. They got the job done, and life is good.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation.
If you're worried about what's going to happen with the IRS, stop worrying. Make the call now.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Running a small business is a daily balancing act. One late shipment, one price hike, one employee issue, and your whole month, maybe the entire year, could be in trouble. That's where LendSeek comes in.
I needed $100,000 fast to keep up with inventory demands. LendSeek had me funded the same day I applied. Between their AI platform finding the fastest deal and a dedicated funding specialist guiding the process, it couldn't have been easier.
Our AI-driven platform matches your business with the right program from over 100 funders, up to $2 million in as fast as 24 hours. Don't wait until it's too late. If you've been in business at least 2 years with more than $500,000 in annual revenue, qualifying is simple. No collateral, no out-of-pocket costs, no hassle. From lines of credit, term loans to revenue-based financing, LendSeek is open for business. Apply in minutes at lendseek.com. That's LENDSEEK.com.
Keep free speech alive. Follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
What's up? This is your girl, Kathy Barnett. Kathy Barnett. Oh my goodness, guys. I am sick. Pissed, energetic. I drank some of my ginger root tea I made this morning. Straight from the root. Yes, I see I have a caller, John from Cheltenham. Hey, John, what's up?
Hey, Kathy. Good morning and great show. Thank you for standing in for Dawn Stensland and the team. And actually, wanted to just commend you on your read and your take on the midterm 2026 elections coming up. I voted for you. I stumped for you. I've been on the Trump train since 2015 when he came down the escalator. Worked on Trump Force 47 during the election. Went door knocking and probably knocked on about 400, 500 doors to try to get out the vote, in the last election to get him through the election process in 2024. And I agree wholeheartedly with your read on the current makeup of the Republican Party, that they're just not answerable to their constituents. There's too many would-be rhinos in the Republican Party in the trenches. And it's only some of the younger people that got into the game recently, and got through the election process. And I've been a contributor through to the joint funding campaign for President Trump on a monthly basis, small donor, type thing. But I believe wholeheartedly that the strength of the party comes from casting that big tent opportunity. And I would like to ask you if you would consider doing a future run for governor of Pennsylvania, because we need people like you who come from the background where you came from, family connected, church going. My father raised us to believe in God, family, country, and then business in those priority orders. And that you do or die for all those reasons, and that's that's the backbone of what built this country. And our founding fathers, made sure that they put a system together that would work, and we've unfortunately screwed it up over the last 100 years or so, unfortunately. And I never believed in term limits, but I definitely do today. We absolutely need term limits, and I hope before Donald Trump gets out of office, he gets to foster the term limit challenge through Congress and everything. I don't know if they'll ever vote for that, but I'd just like your read on whether you would ever get back in the game and go to maybe shoot for the governorship of Pennsylvania sometime.
Wow, John. Thank you. Thank you so much for calling in. I mean, you're talking and I'm getting emotional because I saw so many people like you. I mean, this party, Donald Trump is in office. This conservative movement is as a direct result of people like you, John. And I hear your heart and all your effort. I'm so grateful for you. I'm so grateful that I did not take it for granted that I had people like you and so many people like you, John, who made my campaign viable in 2022. I got over 330,000 votes. Over 330,000 Pennsylvanians came out and voted for little old me. I had less than $2 million. The other two people who were in a statistical tie for first place with me, they spent over $60 million. I had less than $2 million. $2 million.
I know.
And
I remember that.
But it was people like you. You made up the difference that I did not have in money. And when I did not prevail, I was so hurt, not because of what happened to me, but when I was thinking on it, I was more hurt that the Republican Party had manipulated people like you and had taken a win from people like you than I was hurt by what they did to me. Because the difference between $2 million and $60 million is huge. And that difference was people like you. I had people who would come to my office late at night in Montgomery County just to pick up yard signs, and they would literally drive it all the way up to Erie for me.
Yeah.
And then
Yeah.
come back. I mean, it was bananas. I didn't pay anyone. I had 3 people I paid, a driver, a scheduler, and 1 field director. And everyone else, everything else, were because people like you who understand what is at stake, who love this country, and you're putting your sweat, your money, your blood, your tears, your effort. I greatly appreciate that. And people like you are the reason why. I say it all the time. People like you saved America during 2020 because when everyone else was willing to allow COVID to trump the Constitution, it was people like you and myself and others who said, not on my watch. COVID does not trump the Constitution. You will not trample on my rights. And we say, while everybody else was bending over backwards to just comply and to hell, fire, and damnation with the rules of engagement, people like you and I said, not on my watch. And it was just a small group of us. So, first of all, I just wanted to really just, in no uncertain terms, just say to you, people like you, people who voted for me, keep at it. You are the reason why this country is being held together, not the Republican Party. Overwhelmingly, they suck. There are some good ones, but overwhelmingly, our party sucks. Look at it. A surge, 2 people going into Minnesota. That's not a surge.
It's the 80-20 rule. There's 20% of the party doing the hard lifting and the hard work, and 80% are just riding on those coattails. And just like they are, a lot of the politicians are riding on Donald Trump's coattails. He's doing all the hard lifting and the hard work, and he's doing the people's work. And and he didn't have to do any of the stuff that he's done since 2015.
Very true.
And he's been the most lamb-basted individual in the entire universe. Nobody else could have withstood the onslaught that he's taken on, and he's done it for no other reason than he wants multiple generations of future families in the United States to enjoy the freedoms and the opportunities that all of us have had. Since I was 18 years old, I've been voting in every single election, never missed one. Interim election, national election, local elections. And I hosted a polling center for 40-some years at our local church as a polling center, and made sure that it was open at 6 a.m. in the morning and closed at 8:30 after the voting was over for all those years, because I wanted to take an active role and part in the process. And when I door knocked for Donald Trump in 2024, some Force 47, one of the things I brought vividly clear to everybody whose door as I knocked on: if you don't participate, you don't get to complain, because what you get.
But
very
true, John.
And the effort you put into it.
Very true, generally, right? And yet, what I think the Republican Party is about to create, because situation is not what it was during 2016, it's not what it was during 2008, it's not what it was, in any previous time. We are exhausted. And we now, because we got Donald Trump elected 3 times, and we put everything in, right? We sacrificed everything with COVID, all of that, the fighting, the scrapping, the staying engaged, and the working, and all of this. And for these people, if they do nothing, if a surge to them is 2 people walking into Minnesota asking polite questions in their, the baby is sleeping tone, like, shh. We don't want to be too loud. We just want to ask a couple. No, if that's what our party is going to do, I think they're about to meet the group of us who did all of this anyway, who are willing to say, I'm about to burn this. I'm about to use my platform to burn this baby down.
As you put it, you have to be in your face, politically active. You have to stop being Mr. Milquetoast or Mrs. Milquetoast, and you have to speak your mind, speak your heart, and boldly go where
Nope,
the phrase,
no
take
one
a
will
phrase
ever
from
go.
Star Trek, go where nobody's gone before, and take it to everybody that sits on the sidelines and get them rejuiced and reactivated.
I think they have created some beasts, and I would have never thought I would be that person. But I'm like, wait a minute now. Because it's all on the line in 2028. I don't think 2026 is like, oh, we lose and then we come back and we just seesaw back and forth. Nope. I think if these people get in office and they win, it's a wrap. So why don't we wrap it up right now? John, thank you so much. John, if you could, Kirk, can you get John's phone number and email? John, I would love to text you, stay in touch with you. As far as me running, the door is not closed. I mean, because at this point, I mean, I thought it, I was like, oh, I'll find other things to do. Who knows? I don't know. I'm not looking right now. So as of today, the answer is no. But I mean, my God, again, I could do better than these people. And if not, let's tear it all down. I don't know. I don't know what the answer is.
Yeah.
I don't know what the answer is.
Your children's children, my children's children, and their futures depend on us making sure that we lay the groundwork and the impetus for the next 150 years. We're celebrating 250 years of our freedoms and the founding of this country next year. We better darn toot and make sure that we do not take it for granted, the opportunity that we had for this last 250 years and rewrite the ship that we need to do. The things that have been screwed up over the last 100 years, we need to make sure that we foster the opportunity for the next 1,000 years.
Yep.
Right?
Okay. John, hold on. Kirk, if you can get his information. Okay, guys, that's me for this. Right now, I'll be right back. Talk to you in a minute.
Dawn Stensland here. Happy Honda Days. You've heard me talk about my family and 7 different Piazza Hondas. You can get your clearance deals on select 2025 models at Piazza Honda, like 0.99% for 60 months on a new Honda Ridgeline. Lease a new Honda Accord for just $229 a month, or a Honda Pilot for only $399 a month, both for 36 months. Piazza Honda of Philadelphia, Langhorne, Pottstown, Reading, or Springfield, PIAZZ. PiazzaHonda.com. Tell Dawn sent you.
Hi, this is Larry Steinhaus, and I want to let you know that I buy houses. I buy houses from people that may be a tired landlord, maybe somebody who's having trouble selling their house, or maybe someone who needs to sell their house quickly. Well, all you need to do is call 855-939-1137. That's 855-939-1137, and I promise to answer the phone and help you with your situation. That's right, your house may be cluttered. It may be a house that a relative left you, or it may just be a house you just want to get rid of. 855-939-1137.
Donna Dern, this is my husband, George. We've been with Crash Proof since 2011.
Becoming Crash Proof was the best decision with our money that we've ever made. The money we earn is ours, and the interest is added to the principal. We compound on top of that money, and there's just nothing better than watching that nest egg grow.
We're still constantly gaining, and it's never going back to where it started.
You let these folks help you out, and doesn't cost you a cent.
Look into Crash Proof Retirement. You won't regret it. And just like through turbulent times before, we still fist bump. And we say, yep, we're okay.
Schedule an appointment or register for the next Crash Proof Retirement Educational Event happening at the Copperfield Inn in Limerick, PA on Wednesday, January 14th by calling 800-722-9728 or by visiting crashproofretirement.com.
Let's ring in the new year by finally checking off something that actually matters. Your old videotapes and photos are fading more every year. VCRs are disappearing and the clock is ticking to save your family's most important memories. Hi, I'm Adam Baselogger.
And I'm Nick Mako. We started Legacy Box to help you preserve your memories by converting all your videotapes, photos, and film reels into digital files. And this year, it's easier than ever.
Introducing our biggest kit yet, able to hold up to 80 videotapes or film reels or 2,000 photos. It's perfect for big collections. You can even send in old DVDs, memory cards, flip phones, or early generation iPhones.
Legacy Box is truly the easiest New Year's resolution you'll ever keep. Just fill your box and send it in. As the world's largest digitizer of home movies and photos, all work is done in the U.S., and we're trusted by over 1 million families.
Start the new year right by rescuing the moments you haven't watched in years. Go to legacybox.com/radio for an incredible 55% off. That's legacybox.com/radio for 55% off.
Now, You can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
Okay. You're listening to Kathy Barnett. The number is 855-839-1210, 855-839-1210. I'm so grateful for people like John. I love getting in touch with and talking to people like John. I tell my kids all the time that you are the average of the people you hang around. So if you want to move up in life and who you are, if you want your average to be a very high average, then look at the people you associate with. And I love this country and I want this country to do well. And yet, like so many of you, I am watching the intentional dismantling of everything that makes America strong. There's a dismantling of our institutions. There's a dismantling of our education. There's a dismantling of the family. The dismantling of morale. There's a dismantling of patriotism. There's a dismantling of our finances. And all of these things, they matter. And if no one cares about it, then what do we do? If those we elect to stand guard and to represent us no longer represent us, but represent their electability for the next 2 years or the next 6 years, then what do we do as a people? And I believe the Republican Party is playing a very dangerous game. The energy that disrupted the entire party to elect Donald Trump 3 times, that same energy can reverse wire all of this. I don't want that to happen. I will never vote Democrat. So I'm left in a Republican Party. And I believe it's our job to make that party bend to our will by any means necessary. You're listening to Kathy Barnett. I'll be right back. The number to call in is 855-839-1210.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Imagine actually feeling merry, bright, and genuinely healthy this holiday season. With Rescue, that feeling starts now. Going on today, the Deck the Hall sale lets you save up to 78% off on high-quality, research-backed natural supplements so you can feel your best, enjoy every festive moment. Formulas are crafted with purity, potency, and real science behind every capsule. That's why customers rely on Rescue for their essentials. Powerful omega-3s, doctor-recommended cholesterol support, gentle but effective pain relief, advanced probiotic blends, and natural age-defying formulas that help you stay vibrant from the inside out. This season, give yourself the gift of feeling good, stock up, save big, and step into the holidays with the confidence that comes from supplements made with integrity and backed by decades of results. Ordering is easy. Just go to res-q.com or call a Rescue product consultant 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483, online at res-q.com for up to 78% off this holiday season.
If you're suffering from burning, tingling, or numb feet, you need to pay special attention as we discuss neuropathy with Dr. Thomas Oliver of Oliver Wellness Center. Doctor, what is neuropathy?
Peripheral neuropathy is actually nerve damage to the feet and legs.
And what are the symptoms?
The major symptoms are pain, numbness, tingling, burning, muscle cramps, coldness in the hands or feet, and problems with balance.
Is neuropathy treatable?
It is absolutely treatable, and we can get great results.
Call 856-347-0032 today to schedule a nerve damage screening. Your nerve damage screening will tell you if you're at risk for serious complications and if you're a candidate for our innovative treatment program. Don't wait until your symptoms are so severe there's nothing that can be done. End-stage neuropathy leaves people confined to walkers, wheelchairs, and even with amputations. Call 856-347-0032. The first 25 callers will receive a free nerve damage screening. Call 856-347-0032.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required. Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-941-2255. That's 800-941-2255.
NASCAR champion Bobby Labonte here with my brother Terry and my nephew Justin. You know, every sport has its essential safety gear.
For racing, we wear helmets, fire retardant suits, and Nomex gloves.
For fishing, waterfowl hunting, and boating, we wear life jackets.
After an intense race, there's nothing more relaxing than bass fishing.
Or a little duck hunting on the lake.
But we're the first ones to tell you, on the track or on the water, accidents happen fast.
In a crash, there's no time to put on a helmet. And when a boater capsizes or is thrown from the boat, there's rarely time to reach a stowed life jacket.
But today's life jackets are lightweight and comfortable. Fishing or hunting, they don't get in your way.
That's why you won't catch a Labonte on the water without a life jacket.
Don't let us catch you either. Remember, you're in command. Boat safely.
This message brought to you by the United States Coast Guard. For more information on boating safety, visit www.uscgboating.org.
Alcoholics Anonymous. The only requirement for membership is a desire to stop drinking. There is a solution. You can find us at aa.org.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Live and local from Philadelphia. The Dawn Stenzlin Show on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
That's right. You can't stop me. Yes, we are coming. All gas, no brakes, because that is the time I believe we're living in our country today. You're listening to Kathy Barnett on the #1 talk radio station here in Philadelphia, covering most of the Mid-Atlantic. And guys, let me tell you, I can think of no one better to oversee America's international broadcasting at a moment when information itself has become a battlefield than my next guest. Joining me now is Kari Lake, Trump administrator leading the United States Agency for Global Media, a federal agency that oversees Voice of America. Kari, thank you so much for being on.
It's good to be with you, Kathy. And, we're just here in the swamp of Washington, D.C., working to make sure that the American taxpayer is not getting ripped off. And unfortunately, the American taxpayer has been abused by every government, not just the federal government, state government, county and city governments all around this country. And we need to make things right.
Let me just jump in with both feet. They are stealing our elections now in broad daylight. Now we find out they're stealing our money. They're putting out tweets of videos of them dancing with our money, and nothing seems to be done about it. I'm tired, Kari. I think most of our voters who worked so hard from 2016 specifically, election 2020, we barely survived by the grace of God, the 4 years under the Biden regime. And now we did the unthinkable, got Trump elected 3 times. And now we're looking at this, and we're looking around to see, is anyone beside us are mad and angry? Talk to us about this.
Yeah, mad and angry. My anger is at a new level. I mean, you're right. Stealing our elections in broad daylight, right in front of our faces. They know they're stealing them. We know they're stealing them. They know that we know. And then we're finding out that they're misusing, as we toil away and work and pay our taxes, they're misusing those taxes, giving them to, we saw giving them to illegal immigrants who were pouring across our border. And now we're seeing with the Somali situation, what a disaster in Minnesota. And we're angry. You're right. The taxpayer is fed up. We elected President Trump. We want to see people in handcuffs for the crimes that have been committed. And I still have a lot of faith in the president, a lot of faith. I'm probably his biggest supporter.
Yes.
But everybody in Washington, D.C., everybody who's fighting for the America First agenda has to get their act together, and we need to start seeing prosecutions. Because the American people, they love President Trump. They are 100% behind him, but they want to see results. And he wants to see results. We know it. We see it in his Truth Social posts. He's saying, come on, let's get on it. We need to make sure that there's nobody roadblocking him in Washington, D.C., because we just can't. We're hanging by a thread. This is existential threat. If we continue to spend money and misuse taxpayer money, we will not survive as a country. And I fear that's where we are. I want to see people in handcuffs. I want to see my tax money reimbursed. I want my money back is what I'm saying. And I think the American people are saying that as well. So accountability is what we really want, and justice, and we haven't gotten either of those things yet.
The operatives were out in full force yesterday on Twitter saying, look, a surge is happening. A surge is happening. And when you look at the video, it's two people walking into a store with their very polite voices saying, oh, I just want to ask a question. I want to see, a surge looks to me like, if I recall, of how you remember when they bum rushed Mar-a-Lago, and they had the media there, all the light. It was like 10 cars deep. They had helicopters hovering. Things were being tossed all over the place. That sounds like a surge, not 2 and 3 people, but you're on the ground there in D.C. You're part of the administration. Can you let us in on any conversations that we may not be privy to? What are people thinking? When are we going to see some heads roll?
I don't have any information on what other agencies are doing. I do know that there is some action going on behind the scenes to secure our elections, and I can't give a lot of information, but that gives me that makes me feel good, because if we don't have fair elections, none of it matters. Even if we accomplish everything and we arrest people who are committing fraud and crimes against the American people, if we do not do the most important thing, which is to restore honest elections, then none of it matters, because it'll just get reversed when they steal another election. So that's really important. I know there's some things happening behind the scenes in that area, and we're working, desperately. Kathy, I'm heading an agency. I've gone to the Appropriations Committee. I've met with the lawmakers and said, please do not give us the money that you normally would give us. Our agency gets close to $1 billion. I said, we don't want it. We don't want the money. And they're forcing the money on us anyway. And the problem with the Appropriations Act is that if they appropriate the money, by law, you have to spend it. It's absolutely sick. And so we've got a broken system. I don't have all the answers on how to fix it. I'm hoping that other people in Washington, D.C., and I believe there are many, are like me, and they want to go in there and do a good job and shrink the size of the government and get that money back to the American people, not spend it willy-nilly because it's sitting in our bank account and they're telling us to spend it.
Carrie, we need 1 million of you in the Republican Party. I started off this show because I was thinking about you. I texted you last night because I was just looking at, what was going on in Twitterdom and looking at this fraud and reading a couple of things. And I was like, the problem with the Republican Party is that when they don't want someone, like myself when I was running, like you when you were running, when they don't want someone like us, they go to our voting base and they say, "Oh, this person is quote unquote unelectable." And what they mean by that is that there is nothing in this person entire history. When they say we should only pick people who are electable, what they mean is that there's absolutely nothing in this person's entire history that has ever made anyone uncomfortable, which means we're only voting in jellyfishes, people with no spine, because you acquire a spine with use. With standing, with being unflappable, with being steady under pressure, with not flinching when they're coming at you. And Lord knows we saw you out there doing that. You're just unflappable, girl. You don't flinch. But that creates a certain type of disposition when things get tough. You're running into the burning building, giving me your oxygen, trying to get me out of the house first, right? But we don't have that. Overall, right? Yes, there are some good ones, but overall, we don't have that. What do we need to do?
I think when they say you're unelectable, it means they don't have any. You're uncontrollable. You're not going to go and be controlled by this group or that group or this lobby or big pharma or the war machine. You don't have, and they don't have any dirt on you. They tried so hard to find dirt in my past, to find transgressions. So they didn't have it. They were forced to just make things up. And because they had to stop me. They couldn't have somebody go to Washington, D.C. or running Arizona, the state, as governor, who they don't have black male material on. They want to have controlled assets all across, in every position, where they can call you and threaten to drop the dirt on you if you don't vote this way or you don't do that. And they didn't have that on me, and that makes me very dangerous in a place like Washington, D.C. But I don't think they counted on me going into an agency, and one of their favorite deep state agencies, the U.S. Agency for Global Media, and doing the work that I'm doing there, which is rooting out a lot of the waste, fraud, and abuse. So, we'll find a way to continue to work to make our country better. But just like everybody out there listening, Kathy, I'm very, very concerned that we haven't seen more justice for the wrongdoings, the past wrongdoings, and I'm hoping that the new year, 2026, is the year that we start to see that justice does prevail in our country for what we've been through. And I'm talking about the disgusting crimes that are happening in Minnesota right now. Tim Walz is in deep trouble. Not only does he have a past history with the CCP, now he looks like he cares more about the Somali community that was brought in, frankly, illegally. A bunch of politicians forced these refugees into Minnesota, and the voters never had a chance to vote on that. And now they're robbing them blind. And, I think he's going to have some serious problems. They call him Tampon Tim. And Tampon Tim, all the tampons in the world won't stop the bleeding because it's getting really ugly in Minnesota, and I think this is just the tip of the iceberg. There's so much more going on there that hasn't been reported that we're going to learn about.
Carrie, I have a caller online, and Doreen, if you could stay there, I'm going to get you. Carrie, do you mind taking a call?
Sure.
Okay, great. Doreen? No.
Yes, hi.
Did you guys drop Carrie? Okay. Doreen, go ahead.
I wanted to talk to Carrie. I love her.
I think she's still there.
Oh, she is. Oh, good. Okay.
Go ahead, Doreen. What's your question?
Hi, Carrie. Oh,
I think they may have dropped her. My goodness.
Oh, shoot. Okay.
I'm here.
Go ahead, Doreen.
Can you?
Go ahead, Doreen. And I think you guys have dropped Doreen too. What's up?
I said, yeah, I'll take a call. And then all of a sudden I got disconnected.
Okay, there you are. I hear you. Okay, and I think we dropped Doreen. So while they're trying to find Doreen, hopefully. Doreen, feel free to call back, please. Let me ask you, Carrie, what keeps you up at night right now? What worries you most about this moment? And do you feel like we're running out of time?
Oh, my gosh, a lot keeps me up at night. I worry deeply about our country. I worry that there's not enough hours in the day to fix the damage that's happened. And that's what drives me to, I joke, I feel like every day we have in this administration, we have to put in 2 days worth of work because it's a limited time. And frankly, there's a lot of people in D.C. who are already thinking about the next election and what are their political aspirations and, trying to, move the chess pieces to figure out where they're going to be politically. We're not going to have to worry about another election.
Yeah.
I don't care who runs in the next election. We have to worry and focus on the here and now. There's a lot of corruption. I worry about deep state actors in the agency that I'm overseeing. This agency has a history of spies infiltrating the agency, and we're working to make sure that we don't have bad actors who want to harm our country working at my agency and, frankly, all over Washington, D.C. That keeps me up at night. And, frankly, just the suffering of the American people. I have 2 kids, a 21-year-old and a 22-year-old, and I worry about will they be able to have a good life where they can afford to have a home, where they can afford to build a life, have a family. And right now, things are looking pretty dire, although I must give President Trump all the credit for growing our economy and bringing up wages for American citizens. Americans are getting all the jobs that he's creating. All the job losses have come from either federal government jobs or jobs that were going to people who are here illegally. And so he is putting the American people first, and that gives me great hope.
Thank you so much, Carrie. Doreen, Carrie is on the line. Doreen is from Florida.
Hi, Doreen.
Hi, Carrie. How are you doing?
I'm doing great.
Hey, good. I've been watching you for years. I love you, and you got left aside in Arizona. I feel bad about that. There's so much bad things going on. You mentioned Tampon Tim. He's also known as Tiananmen Tim because he spent so much time in China with the communists. We can't forget about that. And I just can't wait for this hammer to come down in Minnesota because what's been happening out there, it's not recent. It's been going on for a long time, and he's let it happen. I can't wait for that to happen. And again, thank God for Elon Musk with X. Thank God for our president. President Trump is the best ever. And on X, with X, having everybody be able to see what's going on. I still can't believe this. Well, I can believe, but the quote unquote mainstream media, they're not really showing what's actually happening in Minnesota. And that's disturbing. And a lot of people that are like hardcore Democrats, liberals, they won't believe it because those channels aren't talking about it. And I think that's really sad. And it's disgraceful is what's happening, actually. And, with Elon, when he did all the Doge in Washington, is that still happening? I mean, is that still going on? And I wish we could have that all across the country. But I don't know if that ended.
Thank you so much, Doreen.
Let me address that. Doge is still going on. I mean, I'm Doging my agency. I walked in the door, and within a week I had brought one employee from Doge in, and then within time we had additional employees, and we were just shocked at what we were finding, where the money was going, the waste that was, they just don't care. It's not their money. It's almost like monopoly money in the way they throw it around. And so we have really scaled things back, and we're trying to scale things back even more. It's a battle because the bureaucracy, the bureaucrats don't want to shrink things, and I am, as an agency head, am going in there and saying, no, we're going to cut things back. We're going to right size this. So, but I agree with her on the mainstream media. She made a really good point. They're not covering the important things.
Yeah, they're not.
They're out lying about President Trump. And Nick Shirley, this amazing kid, I've gotten the chance to know him a little bit, goes out to Minnesota, and in one afternoon with an iPhone camera, he uncovers $111 million worth of fraud, and that's just the tip of the iceberg. And he does more in one afternoon in Minnesota than the mainstream media has done in the past 10 years. They won't even touch the story. They are truly the enemy of the people. And my advice to everyone is to turn them off. Don't even read their headlines because they just lie. They lie nonstop. And I'm hoping we see some of these people lose their broadcast license. I know President Trump has talked about that. I'm waiting to see when it finally happens. When there's inactivity and there's inaction, we can't blame the president. He's put people in place, and he's expecting those people to do the job he put them in place for. And people need to go back to D.C. after rested up after the holiday and get their asses to work. Pardon my French. Get their butts to work. We have 1 year before this next election, and we've got to work like our hair's on fire. Our children's future depends on it, because if we do not accomplish what the president said he would, the American people will never forgive us. And at that point, I don't care who gets arrested. If they're Democrats and they deserve to be arrested, if they're Republicans, I'm not loyal to a political party. I'm loyal to the American people. And we need to right what's wrong. If we find out in Minnesota it was all Democrats who screwed the people over, then they should be arrested. If it was Republicans who allowed this abuse of the American taxpayer to happen, they should be held accountable. I just want the people who have committed crimes against the American people to be held accountable.
You know, I've been talking all morning. I'm loyal to the American people. I am not loyal to a party, and especially a party that at a moment like this that we find ourselves in, who are not willing to represent the will of the people who fought so hard and sacrificed so much to get them in. And I know that one of the the carrots that they dangle in front of us is, well, who else are you going to vote for, right? I don't think the Republican Party is understanding the moment we find ourselves in right now. That same energy that elected a man against all odds 3 times is the same energy that is looking at this party saying, why not use that energy to destroy and rebuild?
Well, the problem with the Republican-Democrat two-party system is that the two parties want that two-party system to exist. They want to, we're fighting all the time. We're fighting for you, and when we're working for you, and they're really not. They want this corrupt system to exist. They have no interest in letting their consultants lose the millions upon millions that they make.
And they make a lot.
The way it is. They make a lot. They don't want this system to end. And we need to break this corrupt system and really start anew. And so you're not going to get the two-party system. They're not going to want that to change. And that's why I proudly call myself a Trump Republican. But this establishment Republican that's trying to rear its ugly head again and take back the party and just go back and be lapdogs in Washington, D.C., and act like they're fighting, but they never really do anything for us, I'm not interested in letting that beast grow back.
Yeah, me neither. Let me ask you one last question. I know I'm going over the time I asked you to be on, but what was one of your most egregious Doge finding?
Well, we found so much. I mean, again, it's like $1 billion agency. We were spending tens of millions of dollars paying for the AP, Reuters, AFP news services, and I canceled that like within my first week there. I said, why are we spending tens of millions of dollars to just take somebody else's news product, the AP, Reuters, AFP, and regurgitate it? Plus, we know AP, Reuters, and AFP are very biased.
Right.
So we canceled that. We found out they had spent $800,000 on a New York City concert. They spent $100,000 of your hard-earned money sponsoring an Afghan cricket team. They spent, I think it was $170,000 to rename the agency, and did all the work only to find out that the name they came up with was a name that was already trademarked by somebody else, and they couldn't even use it. It's just insane. But the thing that's most alarming is the history of hiring people who from countries that are hostile to America, hiring them to work at this agency. And in the past, we've determined many of them have been bad actors. Some of them have been spies. And to me, that is what keeps me up at night, wondering how many people are insider threats who are at the agency. I just don't think with the way that we've staffed this agency, we can ever be sure that we have cleaned it up And that's why I've made a policy change to only hire American. We're not hiring people who are not American. And, we made another policy change just last week that we're going to, whatever news we put out, it must be in alignment with our foreign policy. We can't be putting out anti-American, pro-Iranian regime, pro-CCP news, which in the past they were doing.
Wow. Carrie, thank you. Thank you so much for taking time to be on the show. Thank you so much for just being who you are and just being, girl, When I think of you, the first adjective is unflappable. You just don't bend. And I appreciate you, Carrie. I know it's not hard. I know it's not easy. I was under that spotlight. Mine lasted for about 5 days, but it was intense, girl. Yours have been lasting for much longer than that. And thank you so much for not being bendable.
Well, thank you, Kathy. And I hope you run again. You're one of the people that I actually donated. When I saw you, I said, this woman has what it takes. And, of course, they don't want people like you and me in there because we can't be bought. We can't be taken. We are truly for the people. And that we're pretty dangerous that way. So I hope that we see you running again and representing the people.
Would you ever consider running again?
I will definitely run again once we get elections straightened out, but I'm not going to run in elections. These elections are theater. They're actually theater. Yeah. The theater, we think we're voting and we're electing the people that we want to represent us, but it's just theater. And until we get elections where our vote really does count, I can't put myself through that or the people through that again.
Yeah, absolutely. Carrie, thank you so much, lady. Have a great day.
Thanks, Kathy.
Happy New Year.
Same to you. Same to you and everybody out there listening. Thanks so much.
Okay, guys. Wow, that was awesome. I adore her. I adore her. I do, right? And I don't do crushes on anyone. I was saying to someone, I've never been to a concert. And then I corrected it. I did go to one concert of a church band at a church. I don't know if that's the same as going to, like a Taylor Swift concert.
You're a fangirler, and fangirling, I'm not going to lie.
I am fangirling a little bit, right? Okay. I accept. I think some people, you just want to fan the flames. You just like, yes, go girl, do it. Some people are like that. I haven't met a lot of them, but I watched her. I got to know her when I was running. She reached out to me. And like I said, I have a phone list of some really amazing people that I can call. What do you have? What you have, the same as me, especially when I was growing up and trying to get out of that pig farm environment. You guys know my story, but for those who may not, I grew up in a one-stop sign town and on a pig farm, in a home with no insulation, no running water, an outhouse in the back, a well on the side. I mean, we were poor. We weren't even poor. We were just poor. We couldn't afford the other O. We were just poor. If we wanted beans or peas, I remember we had to grow it. I was out there in the garden with my grandmother. But what I had is that I had a system that said to me, Kathy, if you play by the rules, if you work really, really hard, little girl, and if you go get educated in something, and if you learn how to network, and if you learn how to talk to people, and if you learn how to pay your bills on time, right? If you learn not to use credit card. I didn't get any credit cards. I only have one credit card now. And I don't buy anything that I can't pay off, right? If you get married before you have children, if you find a really good man, right, who will love you and care for you, if you give your life to the Lord and you try not to lie, you try to be a good person and you give back, these rules in life, that I could create a different version of my life than the life I was living. Now, you can do all of those things in Iran as a woman, you're screwed. If you can do all those things I just did in China and communist China and you go afoul, you're screwed. You could do all of those things that I just did, that I said I did in North Korea, girl, you screwed, right? But in America, you play by some simple rules. Keep your nose clean. You can actually create a different life. I may not hit the moon, but I'll be among the stars. I can do some things, right? That system that I have to drive 35 miles is the same rule that applies to Donald Trump and anybody else, right? That you can't just go out here and just willy-nilly and just do what you want to do. You can't go, Trump can't go rob a bank and then nothing happens to him. But if I rob a bank, then all hell comes down. That's not the system. That's not the rules. I was playing by some basic rules, some guardrails. And it's called the Constitution. And it allowed me to be able to come from underneath a rock and create a different life for myself. Well, those guardrails have diminished for the most part. We're watching it in real time. And if we do nothing while these people have blatantly showed us who they are, they've taken off the mask and they've shown us who we are. If we do nothing, what are you going to have? I have a couple of people I can call. What do you have? This is the reason why for every single person who is like, I don't care, stick my head in the sand, nothing's going to happen, doesn't matter, whatever, it's the same old, oh, it goes back and forth every other 2 years. No, if you're that person, you're going to be screwed and your children are going to be screwed and you have nothing. You have no one. Look at Europe right now. The police is being called on white people, black people who live in that country, and they're being arrested. Whereas the other group just do whatever they want to do and nothing happens to them. It has not gotten there yet in America, but it is coming. It is coming. Do I have time to take this call from Big Al? Oh, okay, guys. Okay, Big Al, Jim, I will take you first thing on the when I come out of the break. Just hold with me for a few moments. Okay, guys.
Dawn Stensland here. Happy Honda Days. You've heard me talk about my family and 7 different Piazza Hondas. You can get your clearance deals on select 2025 models at Piazza Honda, like 0.99% for 60 months on a new Honda Ridgeline. Lease a new Honda Accord for just $229 a month, or a Honda Pilot for only $399 a month, both for 36 months. Piazza Honda of Philadelphia, Langhorne, Pottstown, Reading, or Springfield, PIAZZA, PiazzaHonda.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli here with my friend Matt from Emmons Roofing and Siding. If you're like me, your house took a real beating this winter from all the snow, ice, and storms.
At Emmons Roofing and Siding, we're here to put it back together. We specialize in storm-resistant roofing and siding systems designed to last no matter what Mother Nature throws at it.
Well, Emmons is who I use and recommend, so call Emmons today at 856-556-3229 for a free roof inspection.
Or visit us at callemmons.com.
Callemmons.com. Emmons, protecting homes, one roof at a time.
If you're one of the millions of Americans behind on your taxes, if you're afraid to open your mail because IRS collection letters could be coming, listen carefully. The IRS is cracking down, taking paychecks, freezing bank accounts, revoking passports. That's a fact. But here's what most people don't know. There are official tax relief programs designed to help struggling taxpayers. Programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief. Optima's award-winning team will fight to protect your paycheck, your passport, and your property. Their tax attorneys and licensed tax professionals will work tirelessly to get you the best deal possible with the IRS. Every day, penalties and interest keep piling up, so don't wait. Call Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 40-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term life insurance may only cost you about $100 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-352-9239. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider Underwriters help thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-352-9239. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-352-9239. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. For affordable term life insurance, call 800-352-9239. 800-352-9239 or biglou.com.
Hi, everyone. It's Tom Giordano. Recently, I had the chance to chat with Christine Ambidi, the executive director for Navy League Philly, to learn about just how much Navy League does to support our sea service members.
We help support all of our local sea services, our youth services, our youth groups, our sea cadets, our ROTCs, junior ROTCs, our Coast Guard, our ships commissionings. We help support all of that. We're really there to support what they need, what their groups need, what the students need. So we do a lot of, for Coast Guard, we do the enlisted person of the quarter, we do enlisted person of the year, we award them, which is really nice for the Coast Guard side. And then for the youth groups, we help support them. So if they're going on a trip, so we've sent kids to different events that they're doing, we support their banquets, and we support and we give them awards for the great accomplishments.
You can do your part to support our sea service members by becoming a member for just $25 a year. Go to NavyLeaguePhilly.org to join.
Wind advisory sticks with us for the day, and we'll have windy conditions overnight down to around 29. Tomorrow, more wind, partly cloudy, high 33. Wednesday, high 34, clouds in the morning and some sun later on. Thursday, high 31, partly cloudy.
Hey, I hate to break it to you, but winter is here. Dawn Stensland here. If you've been procrastinating and getting your old furnace replaced, stop putting it off. We yell at our kids when they procrastinate and getting all their homework done, right? Well, we need to practice what we preach, and you don't want to be left out in the cold. You got to call my guys, Marvin E. Can's Heating and Air Conditioning. Replace that old unit with a Trane furnace or heat pump. It's hard to stop a Trane, Trane. MarvinECans.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. I've been talking about myself for all these years. Now it's time for you to hear from one of our great clients.
Investor Schooling lives up to the promises. Larry's a great teacher, teaches about the whole new approach to thinking about money. I've taken to heart many of the things that he's taught me, and my financial life has improved.
Come to Investor Schooling, and you could be just like Charlie and change your financial life. Go to investorschooling.com. We will see you Thursday.
I dared Archwell Health to keep track of my vitals and my grandkids' names.
I dared Archwell Health to simplify my prescriptions, so Max and I have more time to play. Good boy.
And I dared Archwell Health to be closer than my neighborhood coffee shop.
Our members dared us to do more as a primary care provider for adults age 60 and up. So we made it our mission. Visit archwellhealth.com and become a member today. Archwell Health. We dare to care.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
They don't love you like I love you. That's right, Pennsylvania. Oh, and Florida, apparently. I had somebody from Florida just call in. Yes, this station is the bomb. I have Big Al on hold. Hey, Big Al, thank you so much for holding.
Hey, Kathy, how you doing? I just want to say amen to what you've been saying. I am sick and tired of all this fraud, all these people breaking the laws, and nobody's being held accountable because of these spineless Republicans and because of these criminal Democrats. You know, what are they afraid of? That the Democrats are going to say you're weaponizing the FBI or whatever. Anyway, look what happened. Donald Trump, before he took office, the egg prices were sky high. One day after he took office, they're complaining about Trump not lowering the egg prices. Look where they are now, people. Look where the gas prices are now, people. You know, let's stop worrying about being Democrat, Republican, or independent. Let's start worrying about being American. Get these freaking Somalians out of our country because the only thing they're doing is they're ripping us off. They're criminals, and they're breaking the laws. Get them out of here.
Boom.
Thank you.
Hey, what do
I
you
love
think?
you.
Oh, thank you, Big Al. Thank you so much for calling in. I love it. That was it. I mean, again, guys, I'm going on record. I don't think America should not allow people from third world countries to come into our country. What do they have to offer us from a third world country? I mean, like, what do you got to offer me as an American except get on my dime? And absolutely, if you're an immigrant from wherever, you should absolutely be barred from getting on any social welfare program, at least for, I don't think indefinitely, but let's say at least for 20 years, 10, 15 years. You should be barred from coming into this country and requiring any kind of financial assistance. Some people would say indefinitely. I'll be a little bit more generous because life happens, things happen. Maybe 15 years, maybe 20 years, where you're not allowed, if you come into this country, to get on any kind of financial assistance or benefit from any kind of subsidies. Yeah. And if you're from a third world, and if you're that one genius, if you're that one diamond in a rough, then you need to stay your behind over there in your country and use all your genius to pull your country out of third world status. How about that? Don't you think that's like really horrible if we take the one genius in Somalia and bring them here to America? That seems cruel to me. That one genius, that one diamond among all the third worlders over there should stay and pull his country out of the third world status. How about that? I don't know how people break up the difference from the people who live in a third world and the country. Like, we're like, oh, that's a third world country, as if the people don't make it third world. So if you bring those third world people over into our country, well, now our country is going to start looking like a third world because the land isn't the problem. It's the people. It's their culture. And that's the other problem we have. Another issue we have a problem with is like no one understands vocabulary and definitions. So words don't mean anything, right? Like a woman doesn't mean a woman. A woman doesn't mean what our schemas have defined as a woman, right? Like it's how the brain works. Like if I asked you, what does it mean to be a woman? Prior to 2020 or 2016, we would have all said, some basic characteristics. Like if I asked you, what is a restaurant? You would say a place to have food. But you would know, oh, it's not just a place that has food. It's a place because your kitchen has food, but it's not a restaurant, right? So you would go on to say, oh, it has food. It has a wait staff. I don't have to cook it. It has tables and chairs and a menu, right? So these are just basic things that our brain, without us thinking much about it, will say, this is what a restaurant is, right? It's just how we're wired. And so, but it's called a schema. It's just a file cabinet that makes it very short for us. It creates, it's what teaches your child once they stick their hand on a hot stove, don't stick your hand on a hot stove again. And your child doesn't have to really think about the stove being hot. The child just says stove, probably hot, don't touch. This is how we've been able to survive as a species, is that we don't have to sit and think 10 to 15 minutes about every single topic. It's just we automatically respond. You're not thinking about a restaurant until you're thinking about, oh, I'm hungry, restaurant, giant, grocery store, cook, right? You don't even think about it until it's time to think about it. And when you do, you don't have to think, oh, how am I going to get food, right? Like from caveman to today. We've just evolved in that way. But when words no longer mean what we've known them to mean for thousands of years, well, it becomes very difficult for us to operate in society, especially a fast-paced society. And so when a woman doesn't really mean a woman, and now you got to kind of think about it, and you got to kind of think about how to say certain words so that you don't, you have to walk on eggshells so no one is triggered. Now you have to understand what the trigger words are, and then you got to scrub them from your schema. Well, that takes time. It's discombobulated. Nothing really works. And it's very difficult to operate in society. Likewise, with the word race and ethnicity, we conflate the two. I want you to hear this clearly. What we're talking about in Minnesota, specifically with Somali, because it seems highly concentrated among a particular group of people, this is not about color. I'm Black. Somalis, they share my pigmentation. We share melanin. But this is not about color. I'm a Black woman. I know racism. I grew up, as I said earlier, in Alabama, not just any old part of Alabama, but on a one-stop sign town and real deep in rural Alabama. I know what racism looks like. This is not about Islamophobia. This is not partisan. This is not, it's just, yes, we should be able to observe that a bunch of Democrats are doing this. You can't find a Republican in any position of real authority in Minnesota. So you should be able to observe that. What I'm talking about are facts, and it should terrify every American. Let me be very precise with you, because people intentionally conflate and confuse things, and they do it so that it's difficult for you to operate in society. You have to reject it. I rejected being called a cisgender woman. No, I'm a woman who likes men. I'm a woman who's married to a man. I'm a woman and I'm heterosexual. I'm not homosexual. But they want you to rewire and call yourself cisgender, because that reduces the amount of time from a neurological perspective of you being able to think and know exactly what to do in a split second. So this is not about skin color. Again, I'm Black. I know exactly what racism looks like. This is about ethnicity. This is not about melanin. This is not about my skin color. This is about ethnicity. This is about culture. This is about values. This is about belief system. So you take a bunch of third world people who don't have a government, really, who don't have an organized police system, really, who only know how to rob and kill and steal and pirate each other to the point that they can't even form a real government. Think about that. Not only do they pirate you and me out there in the seas, but they pirate one another. They don't know how to work and build a system. This is who they are. And then they're allowed to come into our country, and they're allowed to create little Somali with better Wi-Fi. They're not forced to assimilate and learn how to act like humans who know how to get together and work together. But they're allowed to come from a third world hole in the wall where they don't even know how to create a government among themselves. And then we allow them to come into our country and create a little Somali, again, with better Wi-Fi. And then we're like, oh, they're pirating us. They're robbing us. They're stealing us blind. This is who they are, because that's their culture. Those are their values. Somali is not third world, hole in the wall, because the land. It's because of the people. And now we've allowed those people to come into our country, and we have not forced assimilation. We've allowed them to create their own little Somali with their and they only speak their language. They're not forced to integrate. They're not forced to allow other people to come in to their environment. One of the videos from Nick Shirley is where he's like, I want Nick Shirley as a white kid, and he's pretending he has a son named Joey, and he's saying, well, I want Joey to come to your autistic facility, and the Somali guy is like, Joey wouldn't feel comfortable here. There's no place for Joey here. Because they have been allowed to create their own little community with their own schools, with their own systems, with their own infrastructure, and they bar anyone else, as we saw, to come in and infiltrate it. So their values are still the same. Their belief systems are still the same. How they interact with the world is still the same. Assimilation is not a suggestion. It must be a mandate. Obey our laws, work instead of looting, and show some doggone gratitude, or crawl back into the hole you climbed out of. Period. That should be our mantra, unapologetically. And if anyone has to Republicans, they love to qualify. I love all people. All people made in the image of God. All people. And then they get to what they want to say. Nobody's listening to that part. At the very beginning, without any kind of qualifications, assimilation is not a suggestion. It is a mandate. Obey our laws. Work instead of looting. And show some doggone gratitude. Or crawl back into the hole you climbed out of. Period. Without any qualifications. Do we have anyone in the Republican Party willing to say that? Am I just talking to myself? Call me, 855-839-1210, 855-839-1210. I'll see you on the other side.
At Audion Hearing, our mission is simple: to make better hearing affordable for everyone. We're proud to offer high-quality, rechargeable hearing aids starting at just $98. Clear, comfortable, and ready to use right out of the box. And here's a study worth hearing. Research shows that wearing hearing aids can reduce your risk of dementia by up to 61%. Join over 1 million happy customers and hear the difference today by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband Ryan died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage, no medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Gold is now over $4,500 an ounce. Did you get some jewelry as a gift that you don't like? Need cash to help pay holiday bills? Go to the Estates Roadshow Monday through Wednesday and get cash in your hands. Gold and silver, old rings, chains, and even broken jewelry. Don't wait. Cash in while gold is hot by going to the Estates Roadshow in Chestnut Hill at the Chestnut Hill Hotel or in Cherry Hill at TMT Cash for Gold. Bring your gold, silver, coins, diamonds, and watches, even broken pieces, and get cash on the spot. The price of gold is now around $4,500 an ounce, so there's never been a better time to sell. No appointments, no fees, no pressure. Just friendly professional buyers with over 35 years in the business. Go to the Estates Roadshow, Monday through Wednesday in Chestnut Hill at the Chestnut Hill Hotel or in Cherry Hill at TMT Cash for Gold on Marlton Pike just off Kings Highway and 295. Get some cash in your hands today to help pay those holiday bills at Estates Roadshow. For more info, visit estatesroadshow.com.
Tune in to the Crash Proof Retirement Show Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Joanne Small-Canella and Tracy Stillman. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
CVS Health supports people in the moments that matter, from picking up a prescription to connecting care. With nearly 5 million daily interactions and serving 185 million consumers and 1.5 million healthcare professionals, CVS Health holds a trusted place in healthcare. By simplifying care and improving health, we're helping people get the care they need. Learn more at cvshealth.com/investor day.
Hey, I'm Mike Slater. My dad passed away at the age of 63. It's out of nowhere. Had a stroke. Super hard, obviously, for the whole family, but my dad had life insurance. This is why I have life insurance for my family, for my wife and 4 kids. And the best place to get life insurance is ethos.com because you can do it in 10 minutes. And there's no medical exam and no blood test, just a few health questions. Get life insurance in 10 minutes so your family is protected. Ethos, ETHOS, ethos.com/Mike.
The Don Stenslin Show. Don Stenslin live and local on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
They don't love you like I love you. Hey, what's up, Pennsylvania? This is the end. Happy New Year. Starting, in a couple of days. Joe from New Jersey, how are you, sir?
Good. How you doing? I just want to compliment you and your commentary on the Somalia stuff. I just watched the Nick Shirley video, and it took a 23-year-old with a set of you-know-whats to bring this all into light. So just want to thank you.
Oh, thank you so much, Joe. I can hear the weight in your voice. Are you as sick and tired as I am?
Yes, I am. So.
Well, thank you so
we'll
much.
get through it, just like, like our country does all the time, get through these issues.
Well, we'll
I
get
enjoy
through
your
it.
New Year.
Oh, thank you so much, Joe. Blessings. Yes, I believe it is not good morning in America. Don't let anybody try to hype you up like, oh, it's good morning. All is okay. Everything is well. It is not. But I also believe it does not have to be good night either. But I believe the runway we are riding on that is getting real short. And we need to make some changes. And we need people who have the fear of God placed in them, that if they don't do what needs to be done, we're going to take them out of office. That is what we need. These Republicans are too comfortable. If I see another photo from one of them cheering with a ball gown or a tuxedo on and smiling from ear to ear like all is well, I don't know what I'm going to do. It's just insufferable. These people think we're playing with them. I am ready. I am ready. I am not loyal to a party. I am loyal to my country. I am loyal to my family. And I am loyal to every American who believe this is the greatest country and want to do our part in fighting for her. Now I'm happy, but I am very focused. Guys, enjoy. Take some time, hug your family, kiss all over them, slob. I tell my kids, there's no fists and kicks in this house. It's nothing but slobs and hugs. Hugs and slobs. Kissing them and hugging on them. And I pray that for your family. Happy New Year, everyone. God bless all of you. Blessings.
Dawn Stensland here. It's the final days of the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event at Piazza Hyundai of Westchester and Pottstown. You get 0% financing for 60 months plus 0 payments for 90 days on select new models, including the popular Tucson and Santa Fe. 0% interest on the new Hyundai you've been dreaming of from the dealer you trust. Hurry to Piazza Hyundai of Westchester and Pottstown during the Getaway Sales Event while you still can. PIAZZA, PiazzaHyundai.com. Tell Dawn sent you.
Julia owed the IRS thousands.
I was paralyzed with fear.
Then
I heard a commercial for Optima Tax Relief.
Optima Tax Relief is the leading tax resolution firm. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau and experts in the Fresh Start Initiative.
Optima Tax Relief settled my IRS tax bill.
Call Optima now for a free consultation.
It was amazing.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Visit OptimaTaxRelief.com for details.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 five-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Talk Radio 1210 WPHT will ring in 2026 with the legendary Bob Pantano. Be here starting at 7 p.m. for the New Year's Eve dance party, live from the Adelphia Ballroom. It's how New Year's Eve is meant to be celebrated. Great music, friends, and fun. The Bob Pantano New Year's Eve dance party. Starting at 7 p.m. live on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and at Bob Pantano Dance Party Radio on the Odyssey app.
Maybe it's time to take a fresh look at everything we thought we knew about landing a great job. For instance, what if phenomenal careers start at the middle school science fair instead of at the job fair? If being the captain of the robotics team means just as much on a college application as being captain of the football team. And if knowing the quadratic formula is every bit as important as knowing the right people. Well, the fact is, the jobs of the future will be heavily geared towards science, technology, engineering, and math. In other words, the future is STEM. More opportunities, better pay. And the road to these great jobs starts as early as middle school. So if you're a student, talk to your school counselor about STEM. If you're a parent, talk to your kids. Because the job you'll get in the future may very well depend on what you do today. A public service message from America's Navy.
When you need them, your local volunteer fire department routinely answers the call. Whether it be a fire, traffic accident, or a cat stuck in a tree, there is always someone there for you. However, because of declines in memberships, departments are becoming understaffed and struggling. Here's how you can help your neighbors and your community. No matter what skills you may possess, you can make a difference. Your local volunteer fire department desperately needs your help. Can you direct traffic, install a smoke alarm, help at fundraisers? Your community needs you. You don't have to fight fire to be a volunteer. Will you make that difference? Will you answer the call? Brought to you by the National Volunteer Firefighter Recruitment Center, a program service of the Volunteer Firefighter Alliance. For more information on how you can help and make a difference, visit www.nvfrc.org. That's www.nvfrc.org.
On Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
All right, it's good to be back for 3 big hours today after an abbreviated appearance yesterday. And loaded up. Great people coming by as we start the countdown to the end of the year. Just a couple of quick questions. What is the priciest from end to end, if you go end to end, toll road in the world? Not in America, in the world. You can take a shot at that, 855-839-1210. I'll tell you the answer in a little bit, because around this time of the year, it's in the news usually. So what is the priciest, it costs the most, if you go to end toll road in the entire year? Also, before I play any sound, of course, yesterday, the Somali fraud story is beyond belief. And I'm trying, in every way that I can with sources, and I'll try to get Nick Shirley on, because predictably, the other side, the left, can't give it up what's going on here. And it even calls into question legal immigration. for significant numbers of people if their mission is to come here and plunder, not assimilating, not buying in. Is it fair to say that in Minnesota, because of the progressive government, because of social media today, because of how they arrived here, isn't it fair to say the Somali population, not every single person, all right, but we're talking by and large, they have not assimilated. They have not bought into this. They see power in the, quote, community there all the time, being front people in one way or another for the Democrat Party, and they get the largesse of the laundering of money that goes through the Democrat Party to all these fake daycares. We'll play you coming up, and I'll give you an alert on YouTube of this 2015 surveillance video. Fox is playing it right now. It shows Minnesota parents pretending to drop kids off at a daycare because they're in on it. It's not just the fraudsters. They pay these people. Fake stuff of bringing their kids there, coming in for a minute or so, or some days not bring them at all, and get paid. They're in on it. Several of the police have been there saying they are siding with the Somali country and Somaliland and all this stuff, and they don't have allegiance. That's why this is important. But it's important also to call out, as Chris Rufo, who really is a tremendous investigative reporter, the FBI, Kash Patel, is on the clock here. Because the bottom line of what I think you want out of this, is not just this expose, but many people have to go to jail, including elected officials, or they have to be kicked out, be it Walz, be it the attorney general there, who's a national figure. Something has to happen to them. And Chris Rufo on Twitter and others are saying, no, the FBI and Kash Patel, they weren't on top of this. We're not going to cover for them. People are tired of this stuff. And ultimately, if you don't put people in jail, and I'm not just talking about the Somalis that are involved in this, I'm talking up and down the line, as many people as you can. People start to say, there's no fastball here. You're pretending, you're huffing and puffing, and nothing ever happens. So we're going to see what he does with the FBI, but he's been late to this. And it's fair. I don't have to cover for Kash Patel. You don't have to cover for Kash Patel. And the news media, of course, some still not reporting the story. The newspaper record there is on a defensive campaign to say they did talk about this stuff. Not true. And again, even Fox was pretty late to this story. So what is the priciest toll road in the world? It's in the news again today as we get closer to January 1st. The other throughout the show I'll be asking you, and I got a lot on Twitter with this. Larry David, curmudgeon, probably thinks this. He put it into his show, though. You shouldn't be able to say Happy New Year after January 7th. I've already said Happy New Year to 10 or 11 people today with the caveat, if I don't see you before then. Fair to do. It's a nice thing saying Happy New Year. Continue it through January. I don't know if you want to say Valentine's Day, then you can say that. But why January 7th? Why do we have to be under control with saying something that's pleasant? You know, and people that you really don't have many great conversations with, it's kind of an icebreaker. It's kind of, you see them in a hallway, you see, Happy New Year. What the heck? Now, if you're saying it in the spring, maybe it's the first time you saw them. I'm not going to be a Happy New Year Scrooge. I don't think you should be either. All right, phone lines are 855-839-1210. All right, let's start off with Jessica Tarlov. She yesterday tried, this is cut 11. She's trying to make the point. She's trying to argue the figures. Now, Nick Shirley's going down Broadway here, saying in the one day he put out there in this 42-minute video, $110 million in fraud. Nick, we love you. That might be a little bit high, but I think it's tens of millions. So what's the left's angle of attack? Rather than say, oh, my God, particularly when you have the Quality Learning Center, they leave out the N for learning. Yeah, on the top of their sign. They don't bother to change it. What the hell? Why would we change that? Yeah, but your learning center here, you're sending kids here. And there are no kids there, of course, no footprints in the snow. They just give us a massive template for this. Here's Tarlow, though, doing her best. And then we have one of the other progressives, I think it was Marie Harf, saying, I can't explain why this has gotten over 100 million. I haven't seen the most recent. Could this get over 150 million views on Twitter? That is astounding, but it's possible. Why? Maybe you've never called before. Why are people so fired up? I gave you some of the reasons. But here's Tarlow trying to tamp down Nick Shirley.
It's going to get incredibly complicated for him, and I'm sure that he and his team are talking about whether he could mount another, I don't want to say challenge because Donald Trump won't be running again, but obviously he's been considering 2028. I think that will be more difficult when something like this has gone on in your state while you were in office, even if you are not personally involved in it. The program that he was talking about that you referenced, Kellyanne, is school lunches, which I've seen no fraud about that kids go to school and they get lunch as they should. Okay. Yes, school lunch is a good thing. Sometimes breakfast, too, even. Nick Shirley's reporting, there's no way that this kid walking around uncovered $100 million worth of fraud on his own. There have been tons of people working behind the scenes quietly, including independent local journalists that have been exposing this. I don't know about the veracity of every single thing that he's gone and seen. That's being debated online. But obviously, there's a huge problem here. It does Democrats no favors to get partisan about this and to dig in and say, oh, it absolutely couldn't be happening because it's my team that this happened to. The argument that it has not been being covered is ludicrous. People don't want to just do simple Google searches. The biggest story about this came from the New York Times, and it made liberals look terrible. That's where Guy was referencing emails from people who worked at Feeding Our Future saying, we're going to call you a bunch of racists. That was published in the New York Times.
Okay. All right. Fair point on that. We're talking about the broadest media, the TV media, and others. No, and this is just like Frankie Scales with Krasner. But there's another kid out there, I think he's 22, in Columbus, Ohio, exposing the Somali population there and the fake daycare centers. Probably the most unforgivable thing to me, beyond unforgivable, is the phony autism thing. Just think of how big of a problem this is, trying to come to grips with this, and these creeps and the creep parents going along with them, paying them off to say their kid has autism. They get money, and both parties then get paid. So it's not just the fraudsters. This is widespread. I would put every one of those parents in jail. But it's got to start with Walz, the head of fraud. They actually have a head of fraud. There's so much of it in Minnesota. It's come after Walz today. Walz, Ellison, every one of them. At least be indicted. You don't know what juries and judges would do in a place like Minnesota. I got it. And Kash Patel and the FBI has been on the clock. They're not coming up big here. No, it's primarily this guy and social media. He knows how to tell a story. He saw right away. My eye would say the same thing. Hey, Nick, I know there's nobody there, but look at the sign. Go with the sign. Put the sign up all day long. And our buddy Mike Opelka has up on his daily feed what he sends out. He has a guy who's a talk show host dressed up in a cap and gown, standing in front of the sign, photoshopped. And he's got his certificate from the Learning Center in full bore in front of him. Okay? So this is the story. It's going to continue to be the story. I'm going to be watching to call them as I see them with guys like Kash Patel. I'm not enamored with him as the head of the FBI. If you are, I don't know why. And we'll see how many people actually get indicted here. That's a critical thing. All right, let me go to Charlie in Philly on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Charlie, good afternoon.
How you doing? I think the Autobahn might be the most expensive toll road. I don't know.
Yeah, that's a good guess, but no, we don't have to be able to go 100 on it. It's not the Autobahn. A little bit closer to home, not the Autobahn. What else you had, Charlie?
I'm sure you would remember it being from Philadelphia, but back like in the 72, 73, I was still in high school at Washington, and you started seeing posters in Bustleton Avenue and went out on 95, free Soviet jewelry. Well, a friend of mine became a postman right out of high school, and I remember him telling me from Bustleton Avenue, from Byberry down to Cottman, all the apartment buildings went Section 8 for these Russians that they were letting in. I was like, what's Section 8? He said it's free housing. They don't have to pay rent.
Well,
blah, 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 blah,
what
blah.
Section 8 is the destroyer of neighborhoods, destroyer of the people that live anywhere near it. Charlie, sorry, you got a really bad phone, funny bad thing. Yeah, sure. Section 8. I would say the Russians that were sent here were not sterling. I've told you the stories we've had on people that worked in supermarkets. They'd come in and they would be at the checkout line and start negotiating how much they were going to pay for peanut butter. It doesn't work that way here. You can't do that. All right. I got a great side today. No contest, though. No prize this week. We're in a prize-free zone. So, we're not even going to declare a winner. I'll say who I think, Henry, you can say, and Sean, you can say who you think. I'm going to leave it at that. Just the fun of it. Stay in shape here. It's like the Eagles, who I am shocked. I'll give you the side in a moment. There's even a doubt that they won't play their starters on Sunday. That's crazy talk. You get the second seed, that's a big deal.
Yeah, not as much as it was.
Well, wait a minute, though. You're discounting the home field advantage here. Second,
I get
arguably,
that.
to none.
Yeah, I get that in the next round. I do understand that.
That's. I wouldn't say it's a sure win, but I'm thinking of San Francisco running wild. Yeah, what happened when they came in here?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you know what happens here. It's bedlam. You're afraid the night before even. You're afraid. You have all the rumors. Don't order out. Don't order food there. Bring your own food in. They know that.
Well, we can't. It's either San Francisco is going to be below us or above us. This the outcome of our game doesn't matter.
Well, I know. I'm just saying the home as an illustration of the home field advantage. So I think the Bears have a good shot at losing.
Oh,
I think the
absolutely,
Lions. Yeah, I think they're on the ropes, and I think
the Lions are done. Just so we're clear,
I don't necessarily think you're going to beat the Commodores with backups. I think that's going to be.
I know they're going to come and fight because of what happened 2 weeks ago.
Well, exactly. And they have a coach that will be stoking them to do that. I think, and if you lose that and oh man, that's very difficult. So we'll see.
We will see. I mean, I do think the Eagles backups can still win that game.
I would play them, monitor the other game, and go from there. Okay. Side question today. Again, no prize, no winner. Next 4 days. Although I suddenly, they fell into my lap. I think I have 4 great sides that have just come to me here.
Oh, man.
Yeah. I'll always be looking for backup. So Brigitte Bardot passes away at the age of 91. And Brigitte Bardot rivaled the Italian sex symbols and then went on to be an animal rights activist. She was French, Riviera. And she started on the screen in a different kind of role versus other female leads in the late 50s. I mean, that's well before this type of stuff. I think it was in God Created Woman was the breakout. So I'm looking for someone, somebody, something French or related to France. I'm going to take off the obvious, the snobbery. I've been there a couple times. Oh, my God. I don't know if it's the nose type of thing they do or whatever. I'll take off Napoleon, and I'll take off Paris.
Oh.
As, something that pops.
I thought you'd add one more to that list.
Okay, how about you? You can add it.
Well, I don't want to take it away from you, but it's got to be said. It's got to be greatest warrior of all time, Joan of Arc.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, I'm surprised. Yeah. I forgot Joan of Arc. That's,
and then,
one of my favorites. How is she at 14 or 15, whatever it was, a female?
Right. Leading armies
and defeating everybody, so much so they had to burn her at the stake.
Yeah, crazy. Oh,
yeah,
God.
And I don't know if they knew she was a female or what was going on there, but my God, Joan d'Arc, yes.
Yeah, and
great
then
one. Yeah.
The other one, I'll take the inverse of that. It's I know the French are known for flying their red, white, and blue flag, but they're mainly known, I'd say, for flying the white flag, the flag of
that's
surrender.
Yeah. I don't
Joan of
know
Arc
their
would
sports
but
teams, yeah, but yeah, they do surrender. I mean, the Maginot Line, great, all-time failure. Modern armies are not going to be able to swing around it.
famous last words.
Yeah, oh my God, the planning. Okay. Sean, how about yours? You have somebody French, France, anything related to that?
Georges Méliès, maybe? He was a film pioneer around the turn of the century in the 1900s.
Oh, I thought you might go with Roger Vadim.
Never heard of him.
Yeah, you're going way back
either.
then. Vadim is the one with all these women, Brigitte Bardot and the others, and I think Jane Fonda.
Oh, interesting.
At one point. Yeah, he's okay. So you can hit us with a million things on that. Hit us at that at 855-839-1210. Coming up, we'll see if anybody can get it. I have a point with this. This outfit that takes a look at toll roads around the world says, I think they had like 1,000 of them. This is clearly, if you go from beginning to end, the most expensive. We don't know if it's the most expensive by mile, but the totality of this, and it's long, is the most expensive in the entire world. Hint, you probably were on it sometime this year. Joe, yes. And when they sent you off with this, his answer, yeah. All right. 855-839-1210. You can get on board. Linda Kern stopping by today. We're into full end of the year mode. In fact, I'm thinking of doing tomorrow because I saw the AP pictures of the year today, and they are really, really lacking for 2025. And it's around the entire world. So we might do all-time famous photos tomorrow because I think there have been a couple recent additions in the last 2 or 3 years that make the cut of the top 10. All right, 855-839-1210. Let's talk first, though, with our friends at N3 Oceanic. Imagine actually feeling merry, bright, and genuinely healthy this holiday season. With Rescue, that feeling starts right now. Going on today, the Deck the Hall sale lets you save up to 78% on high-quality, research-backed natural supplements so you can feel your best and enjoy every festive moment ahead. For over 40 years, Rescue Natural Supplements has been the trusted wellness partner for millions of folks and their families across the country. Formulas are crafted with purity, potency, and real science behind every capsule. That's why customers rely on Rescue for their essentials. Powerful omega-3s, doctor-recommended cholesterol support, gentle but effective pain relief, advanced probiotic blends, and natural age-defying formulas. They help you stay vibrant from the inside out. So this season, give yourself the gift of feeling good. Stock up, save big, and step into the holidays with the confidence that comes from supplements made with integrity and backed by decades of results. Ordering is easy. Just go to res-q.com or call a Rescue product consultant at 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483, or online at res-q.com. You can save up to 78% off this entire holiday season.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
Insults that are used towards bald people, some of which I've never heard and some I absolutely love, including coconut bounce, eggshell, cue ball, light bulb, and slaphead. I love slaphead.
Yeah.
Slaphead is a totally underrated word in this country.
That's what I'm going to start calling the show.
Slaphead and Company.
Or Caillou.
Cue ball and co. That's what we should call this show.
Oh, yeah.
Start your day with Kale and Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Every man should have their health optimized. Forte Men's Health offers a unique approach, providing individualized solutions that address a wide range of critical issues. Dr. Michael Atanasio supports you with cardiovascular disease prevention, improvement in erectile dysfunction, testosterone replacement and enhancement, nutrition counseling, and weight control, all in one place. Reduce the need for multiple specialists. Visit ForteMen'sHealth.com and make an appointment today for personalized health care. ForteMen'sHealth.com. With one doctor, one location for life. ForteMen'sHealth.com.
At Lenseek, we know running a business takes heart, hustle, and sometimes a little help. That's why we stand with you, with our exclusive AI lending platform, connecting you to over 100 funders. If you've been in business for at least 2 years with a minimum annual revenue of $500,000, you can get up to $1 million in funding in as fast as 24 hours. No collateral, no prepayment penalties, no red tape. Apply today with no cost or obligation at lendseek.com. That's LENDSEEK.com.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 1039 FM.
Hundreds gather for a candlelight vigil in honor of Corporal Matthew Ty Snook, the Delaware State Trooper who was killed in the line of duty last week. The final touches are being put on Philadelphia's first New Year's Eve concert on the Parkway, and Nick Sirianni said the Eagles are still thinking through who will play Sunday against the Commanders.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
Now you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
All right, it is Dom time. Are you in the habit of continuing to say Happy New Year? I'll be asking you that over the next few days until the magic day, January 7th, according to Larry David. After that, you can't say it. That's just, you must have a writer that just says, all right, we're looking for something curmudgeonly each show. Here's this week's contribution.
No, there's no way that came from a writer. That came straight from him.
Okay.
100%.
Or maybe he, yeah.
Well, I tend to agree with him, too.
Oh, okay. Why? What's the problem with wishing people, a Happy New Year?
It's
You
over.
do it all year.
It's over. Like you're not, like you said today, you've already said Happy New Year to like 10 or 11 people. Why aren't you saying Merry Christmas anymore? It's only 5 days after Christmas.
Because it's different that Christmas, we build up to the celebration. The New Year is something new, ipso facto.
Okay.
I mean, I wouldn't say
But then when it's old, say if it's January 3rd, it's past, it's over. We gave it its week of shine.
We got to give it at least the first month. It's got to get us through January. It's a bad month.
Nah.
Maybe even February. Thank God February's a short month. Mike, we should shorten it even more. Maybe that's a way to con ourselves into it's springtime. All right, 855-839-1210. Joe in Columbus, New Jersey. Joe, I know you'll call in a lot this week, so I'm saying Happy New Year to every time that you call in from now to the millennia. Oh, we're already there. Another millennia.
I think we got to extend it at least beyond January 6th, just for obvious reasons. And Henry, we move into the Christmas season just like we move into the New Year. So I think we say Merry Christmas up and to Christmas, but we say Happy New Year from January 1st on. How long that goes, I don't know.
I'm going to be saying mulligans this year. I want the banner outside when Johnny puts it up and say Happy New Year.
There
Johnny,
you go.
Get on that right now. Get that sign ready so we have it when we come down there.
I'm all for it. Don, my side answer was a military, basically a mercenary force that earned your citizenship into France the right way. And it was also the excuse for a handful of my friends when their girlfriends would dump them, would say, that's where I'm joining up with. And it was the French Foreign Legion.
Yeah, you don't hear about it as much anymore, but I bet 20 films, Joe, were made about that in some way, shape, or form. Somebody wanted to lose himself or whatever. That's what they used to say.
Yes. And
hey, Joe,
right,
by the way, I'll ask you this, Joe. I'm a fan, too, and you're on top of this. That's why I'm asking you. I might do a side on this one of these days. We say he's no Einstein. That has stuck. We don't say he's no Elon Musk. I don't think that's going to work. But I saw the guy. Yeah, I saw the guy on CNN today, Harry Enton, say that Vance is doing so well, he's lapping the others like Mario Andretti. Now, wait a minute. Mario Andretti's pretty good, but is he the racer you think of all time?
No.
Yeah.
No. You got to probably one of the Italian guys like Emerson Fittipaldi or,
Wait a minute, Joe. I knew you were going to go Italian, even more Italian than Mario Andretti. That's why I threw it out.
And they're both Roman because their name ends in an I, not an O.
Right.
But, I mean, there's many an Indianapolis racer that
A.J. Foyt is the one that I think of.
Okay. I mean, you had a few of them. Bobby Rahal. There were some good ones. Mario, I think, won and he lived off it for the longest time. I think he only won one Indianapolis 500.
Right. He did. Yeah.
Good. All right. Well, that's the Italian Legion sticking up for their guys, but I'd rather stick up for, like, Franco's Italian Army.
Gotcha. Thank you, Joe. Henry, do you have a race car driver? He's lapping him, Vance is lapping him like?
Max Verstappen.
Okay. All right. We had to ask. All right. All right.
Did.
So, yeah. When I saw that today on Twitter, Mario Andretti, I'm thinking, the Einstein thing still sticks, though. I think it will forever.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a mystique. It's a hair, too.
The hair, the picture with the tongue out, the whole E
the
equals
atom
MC
bomb.
squared.
Yeah. He's Einstein's beyond that. You're not going to say Elon Musk. All right. I don't know what you would say now. He's no. If you wanted some male who had millions of female followers, he's no George Clooney, please.
Yeah, not anymore.
Yeah, George Clooney and the wife have been granted French citizenship.
I saw that.
So I will use that, not French, not the French part, but on, when do I have that one planned for? I think New Year's Day. And I think we might do something Greece or a Greek to honor Xenos and Drew of Upper Darby and all Greeks out there later this week.
Greek
Never
New Year.
done that. Yeah. Greek New Year. Okay. I asked, what is the toll road that experts say is the most pricey if you go from one end to the other of this toll road? No one seems to know what it is by the mile this is in the entire world. Ed in the Northeast on Talk Radio 1210. Hello, Ed.
Hey, good morning. Good afternoon.
Afternoon, Ed.
Well, I'm going to say it's my pet peeve. It's the Pennsylvania Turnpike.
It is.
Due
Why
to
is
the
it your
fact
pet
that-
peeve? Yes.
Well, due to the fact that I weekly travel to the Poconos,
right,
and I'm traveling with a couple service canine dogs, so I choose to take the back roads with a small garden trailer, and it cost me $47 from 28, which is Route 1 there at Street Road, to get up to Jim Thorpe. $47 one way.
Yeah, and Ed, it's in the news again because, of course, the reason I'm mentioning it, they're raising the rates again come the new year. How can you be the most expensive in the world and you get to raise the rates?
Well, I've studied it, and if you do a couple year worth of history, a couple years in the rear, it was 6%. So now they're trying to convince you that at 3% is a savings, and it's going to stay that way for the next 25 years. People just don't understand.
Yeah, no, Ed, it is, and the corruption, the patronage jobs, people that get sent there, it is a scandal. And the reason it goes on, the Republicans have a blind eye. As long as they get their crumbs of it, they're not going to. It's $47. Wow.
Yeah, so I will never travel the Pennsylvania Turnpike.
I hear you.
If it weren't a felony or evading your tag, I'd cloak my tag. But now it's you can't do those type of things.
$47 from where he is to get to where he'd have to go.
Ridiculous.
Yeah, and yet, and I'm not getting that from that Inquirer. I'm getting from my buddy Gina Pope, who does something for the Commonwealth Foundation. The Inquirer and others. Oh yeah, 3%, as he said. Oh, not bad. Inflation, How much can you charge? I don't even think the Jersey Turnpike is close to it, even though they've upped things astronomically. They just do it. If both parties are in on it and there's nobody that pushes back, $47 for that guy.
And to think, it started as a free road when they first established the Turnpike.
Yeah. But this is from end to end. I'm not sure where it begins. I think Pittsburgh must be the end from where we are. It's the most costly on the record in the entire world. And yet they blatantly are out there, we're raising rates again this year. Shouldn't that be a headline over at the Inquirer? Guys that are lazy, get your feet off the desk, listen to the show, just write down what I say. You got tomorrow's news. Okay, coming up, we're going to talk with Linda Kearns, two things. What is it that happened this year and projecting into the future on her daily day job beat? And then her talk show hosting, what does she think is the big story of this year, or some of the stories that she was most intrigued with? Yeah, we'll have to throw in an additional Elvis. Oh, by the way, there are now, that we know of, according to this, I'll ask Linda this. No looking it up, Linda. There are now 5 musicians / singers, musical, that are undisputed by all accounts, billionaires.
I saw.
And one of them, this creep, goes to audiences and does a whole shtick about how he's not a billionaire. And he might be the most obvious on paper that we can track to know that he is a billionaire. And two of them are in a family. One family of billionaires. Who are those five? Musicologist Linda Kearns next, here on Talk Radio 1210.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
Chris, good morning. How are you?
You guys are going to hate this one. Fruity Pebbles.
I knew it! I knew it was Fruity Pebbles.
I had you picked for an Apple Jacks
No,
guy myself.
I knew Fruity Pebbles is so bad for you. Stop right now.
Mama Dawn is
my
going to
God.
lecture you, Chris.
I now know that I will outlive one person in this audience. I will outlive Chris.
Not Fruity Pebbles.
Because Chris is eating Fruity Pebbles at
Yeah.
34 for dinner.
And Larry buys this stuff, and then I throw it away. It's the battle in my house.
Start your day with Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
If you're suffering from burning, tingling, or numb feet, you need to pay special attention as we discuss neuropathy with Dr. Thomas Oliver of Oliver Wellness Center. Doctor, what is neuropathy?
Peripheral neuropathy is actually nerve damage to the feet and legs.
And what are the symptoms?
The major symptoms are pain, numbness, tingling, burning, muscle cramps, coldness in the hands and feet, and problems with balance.
Is neuropathy treatable?
It is absolutely treatable, and we can get great results.
Call 856-347-0032 today to schedule a nerve damage screening. Your nerve damage screening will tell you if you're at risk for serious complications and if you're a candidate for our innovative treatment program. Don't wait until your symptoms are so severe there's nothing that can be done. End-stage neuropathy leaves people confined to walkers, wheelchairs, and even with amputations. Call 856-347-0032. The first 25 callers will receive a free nerve damage screening. Call 856-347-0032.
Hey, Jeff, looks like your business is really booming, even in a tough time for businesses like ours.
Hey, Mike. Yeah, thanks to LendSeek, our business was able to take care of some outstanding bills and taxes and to purchase inventory and expand our product lines.
Wow. You know, my business needs working capital, but only from a reputable company that I can trust and count on. How does LendSeek work?
Fast and easy. Just apply at lendseek.com. Their AI lending platform gave my business access to over 100 funding programs with one simple application. And it costs nothing to apply.
At lendseek.com, you can receive business funding with no collateral, no prepayment penalties, and no restrictions on how you use the funds. Whatever your funding needs are, seek no more. Our AI lending marketplace has you covered. If you've been in business at least 1 year with annual revenue of at least $250,000, you could get the funding your business needs in as little as 24 hours. There's no obligation, so apply today at lendseek.com. That's LENDSEEK.com.
At PGW, safety is essential to delivering clean, reliable natural gas to Philadelphia homes and businesses. If you smell gas, call PGW at 215-235-1212.
Broadcasting live from the Piazza Auto Group studios. Experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
Oh, gosh. That guy's a piker. He's not a billionaire, as far as I know. Neither is Sinatra. That's a crime, not anything else. All right, Linda Kearns joining us. Wanted to, with some of our real favorites, start the countdown, Larry David aside, on the new year, today, tomorrow. Things that happen this year in their field of endeavor, like making sure we continue to have a shot at winning elections in Pennsylvania. That would be Linda Kearns. But then adding the portfolio of a talk show host this year. What did she see as some of the stories most intriguing that interested her? And Henry and I just talking about, we now have 5 musical talents. And some of it's added. Their musical talent then allows them to make endorsement money, call it what you will. But they are certified billionaires. And one of them, and I'll give you what he tells audiences about this, it's just... And I'm not like Dan. Henry's more neutral. I'm not like Dan. I see what his talent is, but it's fraudulent. It's been fraudulent the last 10 or 15 years because what it was built on is not who he is now. And I don't see how you can do the two things. particularly when your daughter's doing dressage across Europe for $250,000, singing about Jersey tank towns gets a little bit under my skin here. All right, let me go to Linda Kearns here. Hey, Linda, Happy New Year.
Happy New Year, Dom. And you know I've been doing these guest host shifts, and your job is difficult. And I just want to congratulate you on what a great job you do, because it is not easy, and I can now say firsthand.
Well, let me get that copy right now, Henry. Take it. Call Ro right now up. She hasn't talked to you yet, and she says to me, Linda, you talk for 3 hours a day. Put out the garbage. Come on. She actually said,
you're a radio star. She should be waiting on you. You should get home, and she should have your slippers ready and a cocktail and your recliner all set with your pillows fluffed. And you can record that and send that to her, because it is not an easy job.
And she should shovel the snow if there is any snow, too. Put that down, Linda.
Absolutely.
So, Linda, you want to make a guess now. Elvis is not what? Well, I don't know. Post-mortem, I'm sure his estate over the years has garnered $1 billion, and I think Sinatra has, too. But there are 5 living musical talents now who are billionaires. The last one just happened because of a recent tour. Who do you think gets into that?
Well, I heard you talking about, someone's daughter going across Europe in that with those fancy horses. So I know it's Bruce Springsteen, but I hate to even say his name, because as a kid I loved his music, but I don't even recognize his music anymore. And I just think these musicians should just kind of stay out of politics and get on stage and entertain. And when they don't stay in their lane, it turns off half their audience.
It does. And what he says, Linda, in this article, he tells the audience, if that were the case, I'd have a nicer car. Can you imagine standing up there, you're worth $1 billion, and saying I'd have a nicer car? Would you drive it, Bruce? At least drive it sober, as we remember. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I can't even name any of his songs in the last, 20 years. I listened to him long ago when I was a kid.
So it's him. How about the family? There's 2 of them in this, husband and wife.
That's got to be, but I can't name these people's songs. Is it Beyonce? I know she makes a lot of money, but I can't even name a song.
It is Beyonce, and she's gone country now. Beyonce and Jay-Z. The 2 of them are each worth $1 billion on their own.
That they must be selling something other than music.
Oh yeah, well, yeah, he's one of the biggest agents in the world, that kind of stuff. The other 2, of course, Taylor Swift, and on her own, she's $1.3 billion, and Rihanna, and a lot of that I think is fashion oriented, the whole thing.
Right.
But there are 5 right there. And when I see Jay-Z, Beyonce somewhat, attack the cops, make some statements, America's pretty good when you're both billionaires, and that Beyonce's accepted so much to make that kind of money going into country, a genre that she just has gone to. America must be pretty good.
Yeah, wasn't she paid too to do a concert for the Harris campaign? Isn't that how Harris blew through all that money in such a short amount of time?
Exactly. Yeah, one Harris concert and you might make a billionaire pretty easily. So, Linda, in your field, in your day job, which you are diversified all over the place, so we've learned some of the people you represent. What's the story here this year with election fraud, et cetera, et cetera? Does the Minnesota story, for example, help to cut down on fraud because of the general nature of this? And people are really I'm sensitized. I don't know how you win in Pennsylvania if you're a Republican. The Somali voters are a big block vote. We know that for Democrats.
Well, I think the Minnesota story tells us, the one about all the daycares, is that anytime the government is giving out gobs of money, there's also going to be gobs of corruption. I mean, people just are going to line up to figure out how can we basically steal that money, and instead of actually providing the services that the government wants. As far as looking back on 2025 here in Pennsylvania, I think what we witnessed in this off-year election is a lot of basically institutional failures. Lackawanna County, they sent out the wrong ballots to Republican voters in the primary. This Chester County debacle, not even putting the right names in the poll books.
Hey,
And
Linda, hold up with that, too. And as much as this is my obsession, I didn't obsess today on that. They're on the clock. We're past Christmas. It's going to go into a new year, and they still haven't told us officially what happened. Now, you think you've got to do it this year. Yeah.
They should write me a check for $35,000 because I know what happened.
Right.
No one proofread it.
Right.
No one proofread it. No one opened those books before they went out and looked at them and did any spot check whatsoever. So the $35,000 are going to give that law firm, they could save it. In fact, I won't even take it, and that's the answer. And I think it all goes back to leadership, because what is still kicking around the Supreme Court of Pennsylvania is this case of Baxter versus Philadelphia Board of Elections, which originated back in the 2024 election over, guess what, whether or not we need to date these mail ballots. And I hope our voters realize that the Secretary of State, Al Schmidt, he filed a brief. And in that brief, he is taking the side that mail ballots don't need to be dated. He filed a brief as a friend of the court, and that's the side he took. The Secretary of State is taking the side that a duly passed law by the legislature does not need to be filed, is not needed. And I think that is all you need to know about elections in Pennsylvania.
Yeah.
We have this passive Secretary of State who is he's not taking the stand that needs to be taken in order to make our elections better. I mean, imagine if I was Secretary of State, Tom. You think I would have filed that brief?
That's where I was going to go. Boy, over in Bucks County, Diane Marseglia would be answering in court for what they did in the 2024 election and how difficult they made things. And I think Al has moved from passive into slightly moving the ball the other way and helping it, based upon what you just said. That's correct. He's moved. He's not even passive now.
Right. And when Shapiro talks about how he appointed a Republican Secretary of State, anyone who really thinks Al Schmidt is a Republican is completely fooling themselves. I mean, I can't think of one thing that he's done that we would consider part of Republican values. So that's just been a real disappointment. But what we need is these local and state parties to really, really step up. And look, I recognize it's difficult. They're for the most part, volunteer positions. You don't have the time. And that's why what we see in these presidential elections is the RNC and the presidential campaign coming in with the resources to fix all this. But we need to be doing it day in, day out.
How do you feel then going into the midterms? The congressional elections are going to be, well, incredibly hard fought. And I think the Supreme Court, Linda, is going to rule, it would be in June or so, right? And I think they're going to rule you cannot gerrymander just to have an affirmative action, a black or Hispanic congressperson move it around, that day is passed under Voting Rights Act or whatever it was. If they do that, I think they're going to be 4, 5 to 8 congressional districts up for grabs.
Yeah, and I'm hopeful that the Supreme Court does the right thing, but the midterms are going to be tough. It's always going to be tough when you're the guy in the White House. Your party's always going to have a tough time. And so we have the headwinds against us, and then we just have basically a media that's going to be basically shilling for the Democrats. So it is going to be a tough year, but whenever I talk about this stuff, I don't want voters to lose hope. I mean, I have never missed a vote. Even if I live in Philadelphia, so for the most part, the people I vote for never get in. But you can't miss a vote. You have to show up. You have to encourage your family and friends to show up. And that's a big part of the game. So that's the message that I want voters to hear. You have to show up. And if you have time, then volunteer. Call your local party. Volunteer. We always need people.
Absolutely. It's your lottery ticket, says Linda Kearns, and that's correct. Linda, when are you on again?
I'm on tonight from 7 to 10, filling in for Jimmy Fallon. Justin Otero is my producer. So we've been having fun. And, I was thinking last night when I finished, because I was on 7 to 10 last night, it's almost like a little vacation, because for those 3 hours, I'm not thinking about anything else except the radio and talking to the audience. So it's a little vacation for me. I can kind of forget all my problems. But going into 26, are we going to have a rematch on the Elvis Sinatra debate?
Oh, absolutely. Anytime, anywhere. Yes.
Can we make it fair? You're not going to pack the whole room with these South Philly people who are going to vote your way. I want to make sure it's fair.
No, we're going to call the Elvis lookalike contest and have them all there. we're going to even up the deck because I can make a much more persuasive case.
Oh, that's a good idea.
Absolutely.
And hey, I heard you speaking about French people. Did you see that George Clooney has now become a French citizen?
Yes, that is going to be the side question on New Year's Day, Linda. So, yeah, we're on it. So,
I'm wondering if he's a French citizen, if he gave up his United States citizenship, there's prohibitions on him contributing to candidates then.
Exactly.
But we won't know if he gave up his United States citizenship.
I don't think he will. I don't think you ought to be a citizen of two countries. So make a choice. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, I'm with you on that,
Yeah.
Tom. I'm absolutely with you on that. Do you want me to give Ro a call to make sure that the slippers and the drink are waiting when you get home from your radio show?
Absolutely. She loves listening to you, so I'm sure that will sway her, Linda. Do you have anybody on with you tonight, 7 to 10?
Yeah, well, first of all, Justin, who has been awesome as a producer, he's just awesome. But tonight I have Steve Malloy is scheduled. He's going to talk about, he's an energy expert.
Yep.
But I just booked Joe DeFelice.
Oh, boy, my favorite guy.
But I booked him not because of his role in the Trump administration, but because he's a mummer. And he's a mummer with Froggy Carr in the Wench Brigade. He does it every year with his son. He sends me pictures every year. He puts them on Facebook, and it's his son's favorite day of the year. So I'm going to just talk to Joe about what's it like to be a mummer, and so that should be good. And then I have on a woman from the Wall Street Journal, Alicia Finlay. She just wrote a really cool article about cell phones and children's eyesight, so I'm going to talk to her about that. And then I have another woman on, Colleen Kinder, who's a teacher who wrote a piece for the New York Times about how she took away the cell phones from the students during an entire 6-week course and the effect on the students' productivity. So that's kind of what I'll be talking about tonight. And, of course, we play Elvis for all the bumper music. So if you need your Elvis fix, please
we'll
tune in.
Throw in Frank Sinatra. Even Elvis can't sing My Way. I got to tell you, I love Elvis. He'd be second place. Can't sing My Way, though.
All right, I'll have to talk to Justin about that.
All right, thanks, Linda. Happy New Year.
Well, thank you so much, and thank you, Henry, for booking me. Happy New Year.
Of course, thank you. Happy New Year.
Thank you. We've almost exceeded, according to Larry David, our Happy New Year. I have to ask Sean. I can't imagine on this. Sean, you don't seem like a guy who you'll be saying Happy New Year past January 7th, right?
I mean, to people I haven't seen since
That's what
New
I mean,
Year.
right? Yeah. Yeah, I don't think you can get away with doing it twice. If I didn't say Happy New Year to you, but
yeah, like if I don't see you until the 10th, I'll say Happy New Year.
There you go. There you go. A man who is libertarian on all issues, I think, like this.
Maybe if there's someone in my close circle that I haven't seen for whatever reason.
Okay.
But that's got to be the one exception to the rule.
All right.
Otherwise, no, you're not getting one. Sorry.
855-839-1210. Side question today, no prize, just the fun of it. Hit us with something. Joe had French Legion, the French Legion, good one. Something French, food, people. I think the person who probably represents the snobbery of the French and just the whole carriage, Charles de Gaulle. He's not recent, but just the look. I don't know today. Macron is not what I think of when I think of that form of look or arrogance. Trying to think of who's French today that would have that.
No, the guy now reminds me of the white flag.
Someone
that would just immediately be like, yep, push me over. Go ahead.
And I think they're still huge smokers. Unbelievable smokers. Yeah. I thought it was mainly in Asia where they sell cigarettes now, but the French, like chain smoking,
Europe especially. When I was in Ireland, the amount of cigarette butts I saw on the ground was...
the Irish too?
Yeah,
wow.
It was shocking.
It's surprising here. It's a bygone day for that. I don't even know if it's 15% of people are regular smokers now. It's something like that. All righty, it's 855-839-1210. Get in on the side. We've got more great people coming up too. more to like the toll road question, and January 7th for New Year's on Talk Radio 1210.
Kale and Company weekday mornings 6 till 10.
The smartphone has made us stupid. We live in a society where you are just programmed now to have this thing in your hand. It's like an addiction. It's like smoking or drinking. You don't even know you're doing it. How many times are you in a setting where there's zero reason for you to have your phone in your hand? It's almost become a crutch in society to avoid social interactions with people.
Start your day with Kale and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
The most important phone call you'll make in retirement is 800-722-9728. It's your retirement lifeline. Call 800-722-9728 to begin your crash-proof retirement. No fees, no market risk, and principal protection. And every penny you earn is yours to keep. That's 800-722-9728 to learn more about the exclusive crash-proof retirement system, which has withstood nearly 2 decades of market volatility and has never lost a penny of our over 6,000 clients' nest eggs. Schedule an appointment or register for our next event happening at the Copperfield Inn in Limerick, PA on Wednesday, January 14th. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Free speech lives here with Kale and Company weekday mornings on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
Here we go. That's a billionaire. All right. Put a ring on it. I don't know what the most recent is, the country stuff. All right. 855-839-1210. Oh, God. Newcomer of 2025. Who's our best newcomer? Let me see. He may be in the On Deck Circle coming up here in a moment. Well, let me go to him now. It's a holiday season here. Let's say Happy New Year. And in his honor, I think the Friday question will be all things Greek. Never knew that Drew of Upper Darby was half Greek.
Yeah.
Zenos, newcomer of the year, potentially, I believe. Hey, Zenos, Happy New Year.
I'll tell it to you in Greek, Dom. Chronia pola. That means many years to you in Greek. That's the way we say it.
What is the Greek drink of choice? Is Grecian wine? Is there any such thing as Greek wine?
Oh, Dom, Greece has a very big wine culture. And it goes back to ancient times. Wherever they visit or conquered, they would bring olive oil, the wine, and the Greek culture with them. Oh, yeah, Greece has a very big wine culture. It's just they keep it under the hat.
Okay.
What about ouzo, Zenos?
Ouzo. That is a drink, ouzo, and it's very famous from the island of Mytilene. They're very popular with that. And it's Metaxa is the other one. It's a cognac, but they can't use that name. Drew said that about 7 Star, which is hard to get around here because we got a whack job state store system. If it was private, we'd be able to get it.
Yeah, they're against the Greeks. I agree with you on that state store stuff. So, Zenos, who's the French person for you?
The French person for me would have to be Madame Curie, the one that was messing around with radiation, and she died. She died from it after a while, you know. And that's my question. And Dom, you said, about Happy New Year and Christmas. If you go to the Russian Orthodox Church or the Ukrainian Orthodox Church, and there's even some churches in Greece, you can say Merry Christmas and Happy New Year up to January 7th, because in the old calendar, that is still Christmas.
Ah, very nice. Thank you, Zenos. Now, Madame Curie, I'm not sure she's French. Why am I thinking she's in Dan's part of the world? I don't know why I'm thinking. Am I confusing her with somebody else?
Yeah, she is Polish.
Polish,
but
right, yeah.
I guess she died in France.
Okay, there you go. No, I think she's Polish. I thought she was.
Her husband, Pierre Curie.
Oh, well, a guy named Pierre, yeah.
And she worked with Henri
there
de
we go.
Querelle.
Yeah.
Very French names.
It's saying here that she was a naturalized French.
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah,
I still count her with Dan's side, the Polish side. He needs some help there. If you got a genius or somebody very scientific, we got to put him in the Borowski column there. Even though naturalized French, she came from Poland. There we go.
I mean, the name sounds French enough. Marie Curie.
Yeah. I guess. But I remember reading when she first, and not only that, a female again in that field and fooling around with radioactive stuff. Wow. All right. Coming up, Dr. Oz. I was texting with him just in the last day or so. And he didn't tell me about this, so I got to get him on. I'm going to use that as our next method to get him on. From NJ.com, Dr. Oz wants AI to decide what procedures people need. New Jersey will be a testing ground. Whoa, wait a minute. I'll give you the details on this. And Dr. Oz and I are really good, really friendly. We have been for years. But on this one, AI, if you're in Jersey, will say what procedure you get in order to cut down on fraud. This doesn't sound so good. I don't want to go before AI. But Doc, that's it. You're getting the machete procedure and nothing else.
Yeah.
All right. 855-839-1210. That's all next.
Talk Radio 1210 WPHT will ring in 2026 with the legendary Bob Pantano. Be here starting at 7 p.m. for the New Year's Eve dance party, live from the Adelphia Ballroom. It's how New Year's Eve is meant to be celebrated. Great music, friends, and fun. The Bob Pantano New Year's Eve dance party. Starting at 7 p.m. live on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and at Bob Pantano Dance Party Radio on the Odyssey app.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. How many times are you going to listen to my voice before you finally go to investorschooling.com? I can't believe you haven't signed up for a class yet. You're going to learn real estate investing. You're going to learn stock options trading. You're going to learn things about money that you didn't even know existed. Go to investorschooling.com right now. Oh my goodness. This Thursday, investorschooling.com, and take that free class. See you there.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime.
Our entry-level data plans start at just $20 a month. And for a limited time, switch and get your second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com or a store near you and get your second month free today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional details.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-941-2255. That's 800-941-2255.
Okay, it is Dom time, and I'll play you a little bit more. It's every second, more breaking on this Minnesota scandal, and progressives saying, why Is this fraud something that you're paying attention to? Tim Wall's talking about white supremacy. Of course. Bottom line is, if people do not go to jail, and I'm talking somebody elected or at least get indicted, this sours people that nothing ever happens when all this is exposed, and round we go. All right, I mentioned Dr. Oz, and this from NJ.com. New Jersey Medicare patients will be part of a grand experiment that tests the capabilities of using artificial intelligence to decide which medical procedures should be covered by insurance. The pilot program starts January 1 and will run through December 31st. It's being implemented in 6 states: Jersey, Ohio, Oklahoma, Texas, Arizona, Washington. Announced by Robert Kennedy in June, and people didn't pay attention to it. It's described as a health insurance breakthrough designed to root out waste and fraud. And again, AI will be involved in the process of determining and spitting out an answer what procedure you should get. Now, look, there's tremendous amount of waste, fraud, and all the rest of it. But the last couple of days, I've read end-of-the-year stuff that AI is widely unpopular. I don't know about widely, but I believe AI is unpopular. And the question was, which party is going to glom onto that? And there are several aspects of this. This is a big story. Look, I don't like Time Magazine chickening out and picking that. They should have picked Charlie Kirk on the cover of Time Magazine as the story of the year. But the AI thing is big and coming to a head. And I read a piece saying if this were a football game and AI is the football game, we're ahead of the Chinese, but that can turn any day in any way, shape, or form by developments. Which party is going to claim this? Now, I hope the Republicans, the red state level, say no. We want to, state by state, that's where this should be, pass our laws that deal with AI. The Trump administration saying no. This has to be at the federal level. We don't trust the states. I don't trust the federal level. You got a bunch of people that are going to make billions and billions and billions of dollars, and they don't seem to be that concerned about guardrails for AI, even right now. And just instinctually, I'm against, this gets back to simple things. Analytics in sports. Yeah, there's a place for it. But what about the human element of making decisions here? Gut instincts, vast experience, the eye test. Well, then when you apply it to this, we're talking doctors. So I hope to get Dr. Oz on in the very near future to talk about this. Now, I don't know if they're going to say, well, that's it. AI has said you don't get this procedure, you get that procedure. And I only saw this story today. It's been buried since June. God, we know about waste and fraud. Go after the people that are doing it. Put hundreds of them in jail. Go after the politicians. But to cut down on waste and fraud, we are going to be allowing AI to be the decision maker. At least on paper, it appears to be that. My goodness. Imagine, you get no operation.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't like it because it takes intuition out of it.
Exactly.
The complete, like Malcolm Gladwell's book, Blink. Like, there's like one of the first early on chapters, that might be the first chapter, is when, a guy who values art, he's in a museum and he looks at a piece and he goes, this is a fake.
Right.
And the curator goes, no, it's not. It's not a fake. We've had this validated by, many other, experts in the field. This is a fake. And he goes, no, it's a fake. And they go, well, how do you know? And he goes, well, I can't really tell, but I can tell you that's a fake. And lo and behold, they do more testing on it, and they go, oh, my gosh, this is a fake. We've been displaying this fake in whatever big museum for however long, and it took till this guy to figure it out. And that's what you're stepping away from when you let a machine do this job.
Well, right, and we're doing it with health here, life and death.
Right, yeah, and think about doctors and their intuition when they go, gosh, what is wrong with this person? And then they have a gut feeling, and they go with it.
I don't know why this story and it only caught my attention because of the texting with Dr. Oz. I didn't ask him about this yet, but that's what I want to talk with him. Dr. Oz, come on now, ultimate physician, and you want AI to be saying this? Suppose you differ. Well, AI's got to be growing, one party is going to get this. AI is not popular. Despite every egghead and to Henry's points and all, this stuff is not popular. I know in the back of my mind, they keep the fear of the Chinese. And they're going to get it, and they're going to do this, that. I get that. But a large part of me says, really? Medical decisions? Isn't there a zone where we have to move forward with AI to blunt the Chinese? But it's not. You get a cancer treatment and you don't. Is that going to help us beat the Chinese? I don't think so. Not at all. The Wall Street Journal did a thing with AI running the vending machine in their building, or vending machines. And it ended up, they lost like $1 million in a month. They were wanting to arm the vending machine by all these things that came in. That's what they would do. That's what the machine's going to do.
Yeah, because it would ask for feedback and things like that. And
Yes.
it was a free market system, so this thing just ordered whatever it wanted, and people were like,
exactly.
all right, cool.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. All right, one other thing, too, since I mentioned Jersey there. Let's have a little bit of fun with this. Look, Mikey Sherrill is going to be a disaster, and she might be a bigger disaster in the end, in real terms, because she's more buttoned up than Phil Murphy. But Phil Murphy has rubbed us the wrong way, Phil Murphy and the wife, etc. And, what else are we to resort to? The hair, the teeth. Unfair, of course. No, not really. Not given this guy his arrogance, his complete lack of feel for New Jersey. So the clock is ticking. We're not going to have Phil Murphy to kick around anymore. He is going to run for president, I would predict, with hopes it'll be Secretary of State, something like that. Can you imagine? How in the world did Jersey elect Phil Murphy? Well, I would say Phil Murphy, better personality, I know this is hard to believe, than Corzine. It's a Goldman Sachs thing. They're both Goldman Sachs guys, and Murphy, I think, was a little bit richer. Both got elected. Corzine so bad he got defeated by Christie, going for his second term. Phil Murphy got 2 terms. Again, Jersey and progressivism. But how was that the Democrat that came out of this? How Phil Murphy? And look at the stuff that he was involved in day to day over the course of those 8 years. Immediately when he got into office, advocating to raise the sales tax back up again after Christie made this stupid deal. Well, you can raise the gas tax, but you can't raise the sales tax. Then the illegal immigration issue. Then Murphy with the whales. That's one where we beat him big time. We actually stopped him in billions of dollars. That's probably the biggest defeat we put on Phil Murphy. The eating pizza the wrong way stuff. What was the one that Matt Rooney had up pinned to his Twitter for a while? Trying to remember the phony thing he engaged in. And just it goes on and on and on in New Jersey. And I think I'm going to say tomorrow when we're looking predictions, the biggest story here locally that gets people inflamed, I've noticed over the last couple of months, at least in Jersey, is the idea this 1975 thing is kicking in, and New Jersey towns are going to have to decide, are they going to fight it, as Jack Ciattarelli would have, or are developers going to come in, you know the stats, Medford, for example, to make 171 affordable, so-called affordable homes, they're going to have to build 800 to subsidize it. Where in the world are you putting 800 more homes and all the infrastructure? Someone sent me over the weekend something in Marlton where it's a similar situation going on. And each one of these towns are facing it. Yet they voted for Mikey Sherrill. Were they completely unaware of this? Why do this? And what's going to happen the first day when she so-called puts a pause on your electricity rates and the like? We're going to see. I think her attorney general is going to go after price controls which will be a disaster. But I don't sense the antagonism. I think Matt has it, I notice, because of the helicopter constantly, and I'm a mom and all that stuff that she ran on. But Phil Murphy, just the eye test that we're just talking about. Phil Murphy, I remember when he had on a fancy suit. This was in the first week, and $600 sneakers with it. And it's just like, no, they don't go with the suit. Nope, you're not a fashion plate, Phil. And then Miss Kim in the hair, when it looked like he run for president, and always the teeth. Are those unfair? Not with a guy like Murphy. I mean, it's just an all out. How is it, though, that guy, out of all the progressives in Jersey, ended up being the guy for 8 years? To me, he's not nearly as infuriating, though, as the big guy, the menace. And that's Josh Shapiro. I don't remember Murphy saying, well, my son questioned me on capital punishment, and now I'm against it. I don't think Phil Murphy even did that. In the end, he's not a menace. He's more annoying than anything. Josh Shapiro is both annoying and a big-time menace, huge menace. And just the other day, he had his people sue to say we're going to continue to mutilate kids. That's the headline, meaning, yeah, we're still going to use that taxpayer money for so-called gender-affirming surgeries and all the rest of it. So 8 years of Phil Murphy. What is it you remember the most? And again, I just thought during the campaign, Mikey Sherrill was tepid more than anything. I'm still in shock. And I come back to my theory, and that's why the midterms give me pause, that you are going to see they are enraged to tear apart Trump. They came out in droves. It was a vote against Trump, and the Trump people didn't come out. I don't buy the affordability was the overriding issue. It was just Trump hatred. The affordability, she did a good job with the media of making people believe she could just wave a magic wand on the first day, and it's going to stop. And by the way, did you see where Mondami, who's my big hope to help us win the midterms? He's going to be sworn in. Bernie Sanders does the swearing in. AOC's the feature. Underneath the abandoned subway that's under New York City Hall, the abandoned subway stop. What would be a place where this probable communist should be sworn in? I think they should replicate a bread line at one of those public supermarkets he talks about, where you would have 1,000 people or more saying, yeah, I hope to get some potatoes today. That would be fitting. But this guy is going to be 1, 2, or 3, the biggest story out there this year. And we're going to see if, does he get blunted from doing what he wants to do? I hope he doesn't. Because then we're going to see the repercussions of it, big time. He is incredibly popular in New York, particularly young single women voters. We're going to see what they voted for really quickly. All right, let me go to Jesse in Drexel Hill on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Jesse, welcome in.
Hey, Dom, how you doing?
Good.
Listen, what's French to me is Edith Piaf singing La Vie en Rose, which is the quintessential French cafe song, and she owns that song the way Sinatra owns My Way. Nobody has ever sung it like her. And you listen to that song, and you almost feel like you're in a French cafe smoking a Gauloise or whatever, you know.
Is that the song? Is that the song they played during Saving Private Ryan when they were holed up in the town waiting for the attack?
God, I'm not sure. It could have been because it's the song that they play when they want to talk. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it might be. That's a good one. Thank you, Jesse. Boy, we got a lot of static coming through here today. Isn't it windy out there or something?
Yeah, I think it's just their phones.
Yeah. I think that's the song they played in Saving Private Ryan. It all sounds as though, yep, I can hear it in the background. Sounds to me like it when they're getting ready for the attack. They just happen to have a recorder and electricity. Somehow or another, things work.
Yeah.
How is there electricity for that again?
I don't know. It's the one building or something.
Yeah.
I forget. I have to rewatch the movie.
Yeah. All right, 855-839-1210. You get on board. Hit us with something French, person, place, thing, real or fictional. There's a million of them. No prize today on the side question, but we'll give our opinion at the end. Coming off Brigitte Bardot passing away at the age of 91, film star and then animal rights activist extraordinaire, an all-time name. Not a Gina Loa Brigida. That is the all-time name. But Brigitte Bardot, I don't know. I don't think that was her real name. I think it was, Hollywood or French Hollywood. But, yeah, definitely big time. It's 855-839-1210. You can get on board. And this Phil Murphy stuff, even if you're not in Jersey, what is it that really rubbed people the wrong way with this guy? Christie rubbed us the wrong way. I mean, what is it with Jersey governors? Corzine was abysmal. I give Corzine credit, Henry, for one thing. He actually put up rented up the flagpole to see if people would be in favor of pumping your own gas. Oh, man, when word got out, I mean, he just did whatever he wanted. When it got out, he just denied any of that, what they were saying about it. One of these days, I'm going to be able to pump my own gas in Jersey. The arguments are so flimsy, I can't even go through them. They're just ridiculous. I get it. You're used to it. It's like taking on, I like Olive Garden for lunch. Same thing. Yeah. Kill me. Unpopular. 855-839-1210.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
Chris, good morning. How are you?
You guys are going to hate this one. Fruity Pebbles.
I knew it! I knew it was Fruity Pebbles.
I had you picked for an Apple Jacks guy myself.
I knew it. Fruity Pebbles is so bad for you. Stop right now.
Mama Dawn is going to lecture you, Chris.
I now know that I will outlive one person in this audience. I will outlive Chris.
Not Fruity Pebbles.
Because Chris is eating Fruity Pebbles at 34 for dinner.
And Larry buys this stuff, and then I throw it away. It's the battle in my house.
Start your day with Kale and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
If you're one of the millions of Americans behind on your taxes, if you're afraid to open your mail because IRS collection letters could be coming, listen carefully. The IRS is cracking down, taking paychecks, freezing bank accounts, revoking passports. That's a fact. But here's what most people don't know. There are official tax relief programs designed to help struggling taxpayers. Programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief. Optima's award-winning team will fight to protect your paycheck, your passport, and your property. Their tax attorneys and licensed tax professionals will work tirelessly to get you the best deal possible with the IRS. Every day, penalties and interest keep piling up, so don't wait. Call Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
I dared Archwell Health to keep track of my vitals and my grandkids' names.
I dared Archwell Health to simplify my prescriptions, so Max and I have more time to play. Good boy.
And I dared Archwell Health to be closer than my neighborhood coffee shop. Our members dared us to do more as a primary care provider for adults age 60 and up. So we made it our mission. Visit archwellhealth.com and become a member today. Archwell Health. We dare to care.
Now you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
Clearing center on the outside of their sign.
All right, Dom Giordano Show. Welcome in. 855-839-1210, AT&T and Verizon Wireless, push pound 1210. Something French. And I did take French, was it 3 years in high school and 1 in college? I'm trying to remember. And I think I was deficient both in the accent and the content. Henry, did you take French? Or
No,
did you take...
I had to take, according to my parents, I had to take a language that people actually speak. So
Spanish.
Spanish, yeah.
I think it would be valuable to take Spanish, too.
I wanted to take Latin.
All right.
I
there
wasn't
we go.
allowed.
Okay. And the kids that took German, oh, my God, just brutal language.
Yeah, have fun with that one.
Oh, yeah. Newman Price to the rescue. And I think Linda would concur with this. Newman Price, our buddy at friendsof1210.com. I give him, go right ahead, the Elvis Frank Sinatra poll. We just have to work out the wording of it. Who do you prefer? Is that it? Who's better? I asked Linda any wording she wants. She's probably listening. Just let us know. And we'll get Newman Price. I predict a landslide for Sinatra. Like 65-35, something like that.
No, it's got to be closer than that. I'd say within 5%.
Within 5 points?
5 percentage points.
I don't think so. This is, Linda can't change the demographic. This area is very biased towards Sinatra. I mean, this is the place.
Yeah, I would think.
How many years is it with Sid's son and Sid?
True.
1955 until today. Wow, that's 45. It's 71 years of a Sinatra show. Yeah, Linda, that's big trouble. All right, let's do it, Newman. Linda can come up with the wording. I don't know.
Let me know, Linda. I'll
Linda,
Newman.
let us know if you think who's better in any way that you want. It would be fun. We'll let it go until tomorrow. Henry, I may have overshot there. I'd say a 10% win for Sinatra at least.
Yeah, I'd say it's got to be within that.
And it's only 1 vote per person. He did a great job during the Caller of the Year. Why didn't we take this one off? I see a good one from Karen in North Carolina, an excellent one. By the way, Joe McShane on Twitter, no, not on Twitter, just emailing me. It's going with every syllable. Brigitte Bardot apparently was her real name. His contribution, something French, Charlemagne. You don't run into, I know the host, but I mean, you don't run, that's why he took the name. I don't think that's his real name. Charlemagne is a great all-time name, though. Holy Roman Empire. I think that was quite a period of time that they ran things. Let me go to Karen, though. I want to get this one out there. It's a pretty good one. We even use it today. It was used, by the way, Karl Rove attacking Trump, saying Trump is turning people off because he's acting like this person who's French. Let's go to Karen in North Carolina. Karen, Happy New Year. What do you have today?
Happy New Year to you. First of all, I want to say I finally caught my breath after the Eagles game, but that's another story.
Yeah.
There's a lot of us down here. Believe me, there's a lot of ex-Philadelphia Pats who love the Eagles down here. But my French person is Marie Antoinette because she represents just the arrogance, honestly, of what we've come to think of with a lot of the French folks, and let them eat cake and all that.
No, she is. Now imagine, what is that, like 500 years ago, or is it even more? And yet, when we want to say, Karl Rove said Trump is acting like Marie Antoinette to his base, that's who we still use today, 500 years.
Yeah, as a symbol of arrogance. And it couldn't be more off base because Trump is doing more for, folks that are struggling. Right now, I'm just thrilled he's doing something about prescription drugs for those of us on fixed incomes. So, that's ridiculous of Rove to go
Marie
there.
Antoinette's a great one, though. That's what you got to watch out for on the affordability thing, though. Who seems like Marie Antoinette? Taking people for granted, not understanding their pain. Now, Leona Helmsley, yeah, that's dime store stuff in comparison to Marie Antoinette. I think that's still the person referenced when you want to talk about, not understanding struggles of people, not understanding what's going on. The let them eat cake is not as bad necessarily as it sounds, but and the guillotine was supposed to be a more humane form of execution. Apparently, some people would beg to differ with that.
Didn't they just outlaw that too in France?
I think I read within the last 10 years or 8 years, something like that.
That's crazy.
I don't think they were using capital punishment, but if they were, they might be, give me the guillotine. And in the French Revolution, captured, I think, not in those musicals, but captured by the Batman thing. the sequence they used. That was really well done. Yeah, I mean, they just evolved into making it up as you go along.
Yeah, definitely.
But all-time great name, Robespierre. And occasionally there's a Robespierre that you see. Well, we have one that calls and identifies as Robespierre. Yes. Now that's French. Charlemagne's a good one, though. 855-839-1210. I am not a fan of French food, though. Put that on the record. And another thing, the media, such copycats. They're all about today. I've seen it in 5 places. The Inquirer's got one up. They put a little spin on it. No, red wine is not better for you than white wine. Yeah, buddy, I'm sticking with the red wine. Come on. The white wine, I got a free bottle from Channel 6, and I still haven't touched a drop, but it was a nice gift for the inside story. But, the white wine. We don't have anything else in it. It's a foot of snow. I'm still not drinking the white wine.
Oh, man.
That's it. You're a fan of white wine?
I'm just kind of getting into wine.
Okay.
I'm on the whites. The reds are a little too much for me at this point still. I'm sure I'll come around to it eventually on some, like a good red wine I like a lot. I just don't think I've had a lot of it.
I'm going to have Newman Price put the white wine, red wine up. I think that's an 80-20 issue.
Yeah, I don't expect to win that one.
Yeah, with this audience, men in women's sports or red versus white wine, it's going to be a tight race.
But there is something about the red wine having some sort of health benefits.
Yes,
like that's
what
something I've heard my whole life.
Yeah, exactly. And of course, we'll have to ask AI that or Dr. Oz. If I get Dr. Oz on this AI thing, look, Tom, I didn't approve that. Don't put my name on that. No, he sent me a nice text talking about how much they're going to develop rural health, and he's on top of that, how much the job is even more impactful than he thought. He is right in the center of the action. Oh, boy. Patriots wide receiver Stephon Diggs charged with strangulation and assault. I follow the quarterback, but Henry, is Diggs even start at this point? I don't know.
Yeah, he's their top wide receiver.
Okay. Well, are they going to play him now?
I'd like to see more come out about this issue, but it doesn't look good. I don't think the NFL will let him play.
It will be interesting. It'll test my theory. If you are a criminal, they'll find some way to say, well, you did your time or whatever. Michael Vick.
Yeah, it's like, they got the 1 seed. They got something to play for here. He can't be going away
right.
now. Can we defer it to,
or is this
past February?
Is this the one area, though, domestic assault, strangulation, where they can't get away with it?
Yeah, it might be. If
and
it's
this
coming out now.
Apparently has been bubbling for a while. It was just announced and all, but I thought there was some backstory going on there. So you haven't seen anything from the Patriots, right? Well,
no, I think Mum's going to be the word with them.
All right, and look, if they want to do it and say, look, it's the playoffs or something, even though they can't use that language, just don't lecture me about everybody has a right, innocent until proven guilty. Just don't lecture me about that.
Mm-hmm.
I want to see what's the NFL done before on these things. I'm not sure.
There have been domestic. I guess they've suspended players, but then they obviously bring them back. So I'd like to see what kind of suspension they hand down here. Whether it's like you can't play Week 18, which is going to be a meaningless game for the Patriots.
They said 1 week.
That'd be the ultimate cop out for them.
I mean, I can make the case he hasn't been convicted of anything.
He hasn't, no, and the timing of this is kind of suspect. Where it's like it's probably bad enough that it couldn't be kept under wraps anymore. But it's also timing, like you're kind of screwing Stephon when you do that. Not that he shouldn't be screwed.
Well, again, it's probably coming down in the district where the Patriots are, right? I mean, that's where the alleged crime happened. So I don't think they would want to drop it now in order to, if anything, they would sit on it and do it after the playoffs.
That's what I think is going to happen. But, yeah, the timing of this is...
Well, they indicted him.
Oh. I didn't realize they indicted him.
Well, Google, just let's be sure. That's what Fox was reporting, though. And if that's the case, I mean, he seems to be a distracted or troubled guy, but...
He's a wide receiver. He's a typical diva wide receiver. He thinks he's all that. Yeah. He's with all these women, including Cardi B.
Okay. Yeah, so there's been, some scent of this. It seems to me, though, that he is, when right, a top 10 wide receiver easily, probably. So this is a major, and the Patriots are looking good. I just always want to see the NFL Weasels have to stew in what they've created here. So, yeah, I get the innocent until proven guilty, but I get their glomming on to the issue of domestic violence and all that stuff as a PR move. So what do you do? And it depends upon the evidence that's released. I don't know if they're going to release that, but strangulation, et cetera. There's got to be a document that says why they're indicting him specifically. All right, 855-839-1210. Again, if you want to let him play, then shut up in the future about stuff like this. Women not being listened to and all that. But he's not been convicted of anything. It will be very interesting to see what they do. All right, phone lines are 855-839-1210. Hit us with somebody or something. It's all-time French. By the way, on this day of the big story continues to be the Somali fraud thing, and I'll play you a little bit more of that. And John Yu, I'm way over time. My fault. All right, quick break. John Yu is next here. I forgot that. Late addition to the show. He's got a lot to say about the Supreme Court and President Trump. He's next on Talk Radio 1210.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
The smartphone has made us stupid. We live in a society where you are just programmed now to have this thing in your hand. It's like an addiction. It's like smoking or drinking. You don't even know you're doing it. How many times are you in a setting where there's zero reason for you to have your phone in your hand? It's almost become a crutch in society to avoid social interactions with people.
Start your day with Kale and Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Running a small business is a daily balancing act. One late shipment, one price hike, one employee issue, and your whole month, maybe the entire year, could be in trouble. That's where LendSeek comes in.
I needed $100,000 fast to keep up with inventory demands. LendSeek had me funded the same day I applied. Between their AI platform finding the fastest deal and a dedicated funding specialist guiding the process, it couldn't have been easier.
Our AI-driven platform matches your business with the right program from over 100 funders, up to $2 million in as fast as 24 hours. Don't wait until it's too late. If you've been in business at least 2 years with more than $500,000 in annual revenue, qualifying is simple. No collateral, no out-of-pocket costs, no hassle. From lines of credit, term loans to revenue-based financing, LendSeek is open for business. Apply in minutes at lendseek.com. That's LENDSEEK.com.
At PGW, safety is essential to delivering clean, reliable natural gas to Philadelphia homes and businesses. If you smell gas, call PGW at 215-235-1212.
Dan owed an unbelievable amount of money to the IRS.
I got behind on my taxes. It's a horrible feeling.
He was in denial.
And when I got those letters from the IRS, you wanted to act like they didn't exist.
Finally, Dan turned to Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima got me a settlement with the IRS. These people are really people-friendly. It was every bit of a new lease on life for me.
The fast action and the great results made Dan's head spin.
I felt like I was in a dream, but it's real, and I have paperwork to prove it. They got the job done, and life is good.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation.
If you're worried about what's going to happen with the IRS, stop worrying. Make the call now.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Weather sponsored by the Piazza Auto Group.
Still windy this afternoon and into the early evening. We'll get up to 34 today. Overnight low 25. Wednesday 33, mostly cloudy. On New Year's Day, high 31 and partly cloudy. Friday 34, more sunshine on Sunday.
During the final days of the Season of Performance event, take advantage of low finance rates, customer loyalty offers, and special holiday savings. Explore inventory online at piazzaacura.com or visit Piazza Acura of Ardmore, Westchester, and Reading today.
Now back to the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
This is Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
All right, big issues, big guests, even during the holidays. Native Philadelphian extraordinaire. John Yoo is the Emmanuel Heller Professor of Law, University of California at Berkeley, visiting scholar at the American Enterprise Institute, and a visiting fellow at the Hoover Institution at Stanford, and an Eagles, Phillies fan. I think more of a Phillies fan. But he has been out there on, just as we took the Christmas break, the Supreme Court, did they box President Trump in when it came to presidential power to send in the National Guard to, I don't know, places like Chicago? John joins us here on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, John, Happy New Year. Thanks for joining us.
Happy New Year to you, too. It's great to be with you. My Eagles fandom is on the rise again, because when they win 13-12, I respect that. I respect that.
You seem more of a baseball guy, though. That's my legal opinion here.
Yeah, I do love the Phillies.
Yeah, I know.
I do love the Phillies.
So, John, you're one of the few people analyzing this correctly, if I might say so, as a law school dropout from Rutgers, that the president, the Supreme Court, appears to be saying in some weird way, has the right to send in the entire U.S. military to Chicago. And if that failed, maybe then he could send in the National Guard.
Yeah, I actually think the court got this wrong and they've misread the law. But that is, as you say, the outcome. What they said is that you can't send in the National Guard into a city to restore order or to enforce federal law unless the president has already tried with what the law calls, quote unquote, the regular forces of the United States. Supreme Court has never interpreted this before, and basically no courts had until the last year. And for some reason, the Supreme Court said regular forces means the armed forces of the United States. Because President Trump had, I think, reasonably argued, look, I've tried to enforce the law with ICE, and in LA and Chicago, Portland, they're getting attacked. And there are people who are trying to stop them from leaving the federal building. And there are people who are trying to prevent them from enforcing immigration law, which, by the way, President Trump didn't make up. Congress passed. We elected members of Congress. They passed immigration law. President Trump's carrying it out. So the court, though, said, no, you have to try with the regular armed forces first. And if they fail, then you can send in the National Guard. This makes no sense because now what President Trump has to do is send the 82nd Airborne or the 101st Airborne, right? The people who, survived Bastogne, and now they're going to have to go into Chicago. And only if they fail, then you can send in the National Guard. That doesn't make much sense, but that's what the Supreme Court has said.
Yeah, and it seems to me, we know we don't want the military going in there. They have a different mission. The National Guard has been used because they do other things, and they back up the police, etc. It seemed to be a sensible agreement with the way the National Guard operates versus the U.S. Marines. The only time I remember the 82nd Airborne, something like that, was probably in Little Rock to bring the little girls and 7 into school. And that was necessary because the Southern governors wouldn't budge with the National Guard.
Right, you know your history well. There's the only other recent example, I think, is in L.A. after the Rodney King riots, when we really had the collapse of law and order in many parts, many blocks of downtown Los Angeles. But you're right. No, the real example would be where you had a governor who might have been using their own control over the National Guard units in their state to, as you said, after Brown versus Board of Education, try to prevent desegregation. And then President Eisenhower sent in troops there. But the problem is, and this is the fundamental problem that I think you just
mentioned is we want our military to be trained to kill the enemy. That's their main goal. We don't want them to be trained to be police officers. National Guard units have more of that capability because most of the time they're like in Pennsylvania. They're Pennsylvania National Guard, and they help out with disaster relief. They help out in getting food to people if things are broken, systems are broken down or people are trapped. So they have more of not just the war fighting function, but also civil order function. But we don't want the Marines. We don't want the 82nd Airborne 101st patrolling downtown Chicago.
God. Yeah. John, an out-of-the-box question. In coming days, now, I think, I'm going back in my mind, he's the only Supreme Court sitting justice that I think I've interviewed, and it was 7 times. And the reason is my admiration, doggedness, and he's a Phillies fan like you. And that would be Justice Sammy Alito. I call him Sammy out of endearment. And the fact that President Bush came to his senses and put a giant on the court versus where he was looking. But there are talks, if he wants his legacy, and he's got some of the biggest, that he should retire in 2026 to give President Trump the ability to put in someone to protect that. Have you heard about, he's only 75, and he's a very active, he's the engine of the Supreme Court, in my mind, at this point. What are your thoughts?
Well, I hope he doesn't retire. I think he is youthful. I saw him in Washington in November at a function, and he seemed in perfectly good health to me. And as you say, South Jersey doesn't have a lot of things. Somehow they got a justice of the Supreme Court. I don't know why. They deserve it. But, we should let people from Jersey have something every now and then. But, I remember he's a loyal Phillies and Eagles fan because he does live in South Jersey and didn't make the mistake of living in North Jersey, which is even worse. So I think, though, if you look at the lineup, the reason people are speculating about this in Washington is because of the coming midterm elections. And if there were a possibility that the Republicans are going to lose the Senate in those midterm elections, then if Justice Alito or any conservative justice wanted to retire in a situation where you have a conservative president and a conservative Senate that would confirm him or her, you only have till November. So, because then you're taking your chances, and you don't want to be like Ruth Bader Ginsburg, who everyone said waited because she thought Hillary Clinton was going to win the election, and then delayed her retirement. And then guess what? President Trump won, and then he got to pick her successor.
Yeah, absolutely. So, John, with that in mind, with the Supreme Court and the consequences this year, the argument is the Supreme Court has bent over backwards for President Trump. I don't share that. And this is them striking back. The thing I'm interested in with you, your sense of it for listeners, layman's terms, Amy Coney Barrett, I think, is a brilliant person to be on the court. But it seems to me she wants to be allied with Justice Roberts more so than where I thought she might go. I'm a fan of Gorsuch. Kavanaugh, I don't see a whole lot. I'm a law school dropout. You're a guy that would have more perspective. So how do you see the Supreme Court in this charge? They're just letting Trump do what he wants.
Don't give me this law school dropout business. I know you watch the court pretty well, and you have a lot of what many law school graduates don't have, which is common sense, which is way more important than graduating from law school. Although,
did I tell you I won moot court at Rutgers, though? I always bring that up. I love doing that.
Although, all of us Eagles and Phillies fans, you could say a lot of us are insane somehow. So maybe none of us have common sense. But what I would say is actually the justice who's closest to Chief Justice Roberts, who definitely, charts a more middle course than Gorsuch and Thomas and Alito, that's Brett Kavanaugh. He tends to vote a lot with Chief Justice Roberts. And so I think the jury's still out on Justice Barrett. I do have to say she has voted consistently on the conservative side on every important issue, whether it's nationwide injunctions or the Harvard use of race and admissions, or the most important case, overruling Roe versus Wade. I haven't detected any sign that she's, just moving to the middle to join Chief Justice Roberts yet on anything important.
Okay.
A lot of these cases you and I have been talking about are what you could call skirmishes. They're preliminary cases where there are people going to the Supreme Court in emergencies, and the real merits, the real full-blown oral arguments and full decisions are yet to come. And when those yet to come has come, she actually tends to vote, I think, with the conservatives. So I'm not as worried about her, but I've seen Kavanaugh move more to the middle with Chief Justice Roberts. And we may see that, I think, in two cases that President Trump just sounds like he might lose, which is the tariff case. From the oral argument, it sounds like Kavanaugh and Roberts were not very impressed with the Trump administration's arguments, and maybe the birthright citizenship case.
That is a biggie. I'd be astounded if the court, John, goes on that, just because I guess commonsensically, again, it seems to be settled in my mind. I don't think the Constitution meant what we're seeing now, but I think that seems to be settled. So, John, looking forward, is the big case this year the case involving these minority districts and how the Voting Rights Act and laws settled around this? It might mean, I don't know, 6 to 8 to 10 congressional seats would be opened up, and that would make a huge difference in the balance of power. Is that the big case the court will decide, or is there something else?
That's one of the most important cases. You're right to point to it, politically important. But also, this is one where Chief Justice Roberts has been quite steadfastly conservative. He has always voted to end the use of race, which I think the Constitution and our morals should prohibit. And he has said repeatedly and questioned the use of the Voting Rights Act to draw districts because of race. And so, as you say, there's a case teed up. It's already been argued. It'll probably come out by the summer that questions considering people's race when districts are drawn. The other important case, really politically important for President Trump, is whether he can fire any member of the executive branch. And there's a case involving not just these commissions, like the FTC, SEC, all these commissions you hear about. I think he's going to win that. But there's another case where he can fire governors of the Federal Reserve Bank.
Yes.
And that one is really important because you could see the markets reacting to that, but also I think it would be an important constitutional principle that Congress cannot try to render parts of the executive branch outside President Trump's control. Because if they could do that, then they could really handicap President Trump's ability to carry out the law and perform his constitutional duties.
John, thank you so much for a great year. Are we going to see you in Philadelphia in 2026?
Oh, yeah, but, I try to sneak in and out before my enemies can find out I'm there.
We want you in studio, meet you in person.
You want to take me to a Phillies game, I'll be there.
Just let us know when you're coming. We can get a really nice seat. I mean, they're on the station. Big time.
Oh, all right.
Oh, yeah. We're big Phillies. Yeah, without a doubt. John, thank you. Have a great New Year. Thanks for joining us.
Yeah, you
always.
too. Happy New Year.
Thank
always
you.
Happy to be with you. Bye.
John's you here on Talk Radio 1210. All right. I love that Supreme Court stuff. And Sammy Alito is my favorite. He's the only one that would come on. I can't imagine interviewing John Roberts. That would not go well. 855-839-1210. More calls coming up.
Talk Radio 1210 WPHT will ring in 2026 with the legendary Bob Pantano. Be here starting at 7 p.m. for the New Year's Eve dance party, live from the Adelphia Ballroom. It's how New Year's Eve is meant to be celebrated. Great music, friends, and fun. The Bob Pantano New Year's Eve dance party. Starting at 7 p.m. live on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and at Bob Pantano Dance Party Radio on the Odyssey app.
Gold is now over $4,500 an ounce. If you've got gold or silver just laying around, Estates Roadshow wants it. They're paying top dollar this Monday through Wednesday at TMT Cash for Gold in Cherry Hill. Go to tmtcashforgold.com.
Download to see if you qualify for Albert Instant Advance. Not all customers will qualify. Transfer fees may apply. No Albert subscription is required for Instant Advance. Please see the Albert app or albert.com for subscription pricing. Subscriptions can be canceled at any time.
Kylie, what's wrong? I just got hit with a car repair bill. I'm behind on rent, and I feel like I can never save any money.
Have you tried the Albert app? You can get
get up to a $1,000 advance fast to pay for car repairs, bills, rent, groceries, whatever you need. Plus, Albert can help you find ways to save and give you a custom budget to actually grow your money.
Albert can get me up to $1,000?
Exactly. But they do more than get you up to $1,000. Albert is your financial assistant, helping you budget, save, and spotting you money in a pinch.
I'm downloading Albert right now.
Download the Albert app and use promo code SAVE to get up to $1,000 for your bills, rent, groceries, and more. The Albert app helps you budget better and save more money so you reach your financial goals faster. Download the Albert app right now and use promo code SAVE to get up to $1,000. Use code SAVE to get up to $1,000.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 40-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term life insurance may only cost you about $100 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-352-9239. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-352-9239. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-352-9239. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. For affordable term life insurance, call 800-352-9239. 800-352-9239 or biglou.com.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
All right, great stuff from John Yu. Unbelievable guest this year. We'll see if he comes in studio. In addition to that, coming up, Henry's guy, E.J. Antoni, kind of a look back, a look forward, big, beautiful bill and all that stuff. Best economist we can bring you. He'll be here at around 2 o'clock. Let's go to the Earl of Tacony on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Earl, welcome in. What do you have today?
Well, since there's no money involved today, two things. One, Marie Antoinette, she's always misquoted whenever they say, let them eat cake.
Okay.
Cake is an archaic term. It doesn't refer to the sweet treat that you get for your birthday or anything like that. The French are known for their bread. And every time they start the ovens first thing in the morning, the ovens have to be primed. You can't just take a lump of dough and throw it into the oven because it'll stick to the bottom of the oven. So what they would do is they would mix flour and water, like unleavened bread, and they would put that in the oven first to prime the oven so that nothing would stick. Well, since it's unleavened dough, they would just throw it out. That unleavened dough is called cake. It is the waste product of the baking industry. So when she said if they can't afford French bread, let them eat cake, which is the garbage that the bakers would throw out.
Yep.
So it kind of affects the whole social dynamic slightly. But the fact that she wasn't saying, let them eat sweet treats. No, she's basically saying let them eat garbage.
Makes it even worse when you're called a Marie Antoinette. Absolutely.
But in reference to Marie Antoinette, my answer is the French town of French Asylum in 1793, during the height of the French Revolution and the riots in Haiti, the slave riots in Haiti. A bunch of French aristocrats and even Stephen Girard and the state controller, John Nicholson, went and put money together and bought 6 square kilometers in Bradford County, Pennsylvania, and built a small town for the French refugees called French Asylum. They built a town, they had houses, they had a road set up and everything, and a bunch of the French that thought that they were going to be killed by the uprisings moved into that town. And the basic theory is that eventually Marie Antoinette and her son were going to make it to that town and seek asylum there. However, they were captured and killed before they had a chance. When Napoleon took over in 1799 and all the revolutions were quelched, everyone figured, well, why am I out here in the middle of the woods? They all went back to French society. And by 1803, the town no longer existed. It's now a tourist attraction, but the town no longer exists.
Nicely played, Earl. You still have the touch in 2025 going into 2026. All right, side question today. Something associated with the French. No prize this week, a prizeless week. We'll pick up again, I think, on January 5th with the normal. This coming off the passing of Brigitte Bardot. Okay, coming up, I just saw this. We have Henry's economist, E.J. Antoni, and a lot of interesting stuff that's going to happen really January 2nd or January 1st. But this guy that writes for Politico says, this guy, Nick Shirley, what about stand your ground laws? You knock on that door asking the Somalis about who's in that daycare. He goes in Florida and other places, maybe Minnesota, you could be shot. They cannot go crazy enough. Already today, we've talked about several ways the left, progressives, are trying to attack this guy, Nick Shirley, saying he didn't discover $110 million. That's been out there. Also, he's a white supremacist. That's Walls and all the people doing this art. Now, this guy Gerstein says, well, he could be shot. You can't be knocking on doors like that. Now, the stand your ground laws don't say anything like that. Can you imagine? They can't give it up that this is going on. It's gotten over 100 million views, and the American people want people to go to jail around this. And one party and one group of media are trying to stop that. More on that in the 2 o'clock hour coming up with Dom.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
Chris, good morning. How are you?
You guys are going to hate this one. Fruity Pebbles.
I knew it. I knew it was Fruity Pebbles.
I had you pick for an Apple Jacks
No,
guy myself.
I knew. Fruity Pebbles is so bad for you. Stop right now.
Mama Dawn is going to lecture you, Chris.
I now know that I will outlive one person in this audience. I will outlive Chris.
Not Fruity Pebbles.
Because Chris is eating Fruity Pebbles at 34 for dinner.
And Larry buys this stuff, and then I throw it away. It's the battle in my house.
Start your day with Kale and Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Hi, everyone. It's Dom Giordano, and recently I had the chance to sit down and chat with Marine Colonel John Church at the watch party for the Army-Navy game hosted by Navy League Philly. I wanted to learn more about the impact Navy League Philly has. Take a listen.
So, Colonel John Church, you have quite a background. Also, you worked with the Navy League in Ben Salem High School.
I did. I taught there for 5 years. Absolutely loved it. Great opportunity. Great students. Great support from the staff. I have subsequently retired, turned over to Colonel Dave Mills, and I know they're doing a great job. And we, as our Navy League, supported them financially with the donation last year, which they are very grateful to receive.
What's the focus of the Navy League you think that our listeners should know about that they want to support?
Sure, we're always recruiting kind of things that veterans can bring to our organization. And I'm happy to serve and very, very glad to be here.
You can do your part to support our Sea Service members by becoming a member for just $25 a year. Go to NavyLeaguePhilly.org to join.
Dan owed an unbelievable amount of money to the IRS.
I got behind on my taxes. It's a horrible feeling.
He was in denial.
And when I got those letters from the IRS, you wanted to act like they didn't exist.
Finally, Dan turned to Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima got me a settlement with the IRS. These people are really people-friendly. It was every bit of a new lease on life for me.
The fast action and the great results made Dan's head spin.
I felt like I was in a dream, but it's real, and I have paperwork to prove it. They got the job done, and life is good.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation.
If you're worried about what's going to happen with the IRS, stop worrying. Make the call now.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
What's up, everybody? I'm Nick Costos, and watching sports isn't a hobby, it's a lifestyle. And my show is not a job, it's a passion. From the NFL playoffs to the NBA and everything in between, celebrate sports with me every day on You Better You Bet from 9 a.m. to noon Eastern. Download the Odyssey app now and listen to Westwood One Sports from anywhere. It's You Better You Bet with me, Nick Costos, live and interactive Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. to noon Eastern, presented by BetMGM.
It is Dom time. Looking back, looking forward, our favorite economist, Henry's guide, too. This will really work well in 2025. Dr. E.J. Antoni, chief economist, and Richard Astor Fellow, the Heritage Foundation, Grover M. Herman Center for the Federal Budget. Look, the Heritage Foundation, big, beautiful building. I broadcast from there, been at events, spoken, and all that. They need a bigger building, though, this year. Get the head of the Fed involved with that. It's the entire federal budget. My God. Let's go to E.J. Antoni, Dr. E.J. Antoni on Talk Radio 1210. E.J., Happy New Year. Thanks for joining us.
Happy New Year, Dom. My pleasure. But listen, if we get the Fed involved with building the building, we're going to have a 30% overrun on the budget. Do we really want that? I don't think so.
Yeah, I mean, wait a minute, though. It's only a 30%. I thought it was like a gazillion because it's over $1 billion, right?
Well, I figured we could moderate it a little being the Heritage Foundation, but who knows, maybe not.
Well, on that story, who do you favor? Because we're still not there yet, right, with the president's choice, and there's still time for him to remove, I guess, the head of the Fed, EJ. Who's the choice in your mind that would be very good?
Well, it's a good question. I think he's got more than one good candidate, so good news on that front. It's not as if he has to, choose among a lot of bad options. You have somebody like a Kevin Warsh, though, who I think would really be excellent in the role. He understands what the Fed needs to do to not just reduce the benchmark interest rate that we always talk about. That's the Fed funds rate when the Fed lowers or raises rates, right? But he understands what you have to do to get real world interest rates down, to get down the interest rate on the 30-year mortgage, the yield on the 10-year treasury, the interest rate on your credit cards, your student loans, your auto loans, you name it. There's a lot more that the Fed needs to do than simply turning one dial, moving one interest rate up or down, if it's going to have the intended effect on the economy. There are a lot of changes you have to make at the Fed. You need to essentially completely undo this very novel monetary framework that they built in the spring of 2020. And I think Kevin Warsh really understands that. So for all those reasons, I think he's probably the best man for the job.
My candidates, and I defer to you. I mean, it just had John Yoo on, who I have the utmost respect, and I'm a dropout from law school and got into this. So I hardly would say, well, I don't know about that, EJ, as the big story of the year, but AI's vying, in my mind, in your field, with tariffs. But I think tariffs more have captured our attention this year. And you and I have spoken about it a number of times. As we shake out 2025, what's the verdict on the tariffs?
I think things have gotten better, Dom. I think what we saw earlier in the year was a bit too much of taking a meat cleaver to the problem. And as time has gone on and the administration has refined the tariff strategy, the meat cleaver has gone away and they've brought out the scalpel. And I think it's been much, much more effective in that regard. When we look at things like coffee, like bananas, where these are products that the American consumer has no alternative domestically. They have to buy these things overseas, and they typically come always from one, maybe two countries. In those cases, it didn't really make sense to have those tariffs because then you had costs passed on to the American consumer. But in plenty of other instances, you could have foreigners pay those tariffs because Americans had choices, and so foreign producers had to eat the tariff if they wanted to maintain market share. And then you have other topics too when it comes to things like fentanyl. In that case, you're using tariffs as leverage. You're using them as a negotiating tool. And also when it comes to things that are sensitive to national security, whether that's computer chips, whether that's steel and aluminum, it's necessary that we make certain things here. Sometimes it's pharmaceuticals, simply for the health and welfare of the American people, not necessarily just because it's economically efficient.
EJ, I'm watching like a hawk because my background education, the big, beautiful bill, and I think it's going to really spring loose a lot of things to get kids and parents out of bad schools. And politically, it's going to force people like Josh Shapiro to finally take a stand. But in the last couple of days, I've noticed not just New York, but now New Jersey today says, no, they're still going to collect the no tax on tips and overtime. And again, how can you fly in the face of something this popular that people are saying, well, maybe there's hope, even though I'm not getting this, I'm glad that people working for tips, it's a sympathetic group, I would think.
Well, Trump derangement syndrome can make you do some really funny things, right? It's like, this is your brain and then this is your brain on drugs. Well, this is your brain on Trump derangement syndrome, and it looks remarkably similar to your brain on drugs. These people are behaving completely irrationally, and it's not even just a matter of they're not doing what's best for their constituents. Clearly they're not, but they're also not even doing what's best for their own self-interest, because if you make all of your constituents angry by taking away their tax relief, then they're not going to be very likely to vote for you again, are they? So it's just absolute nonsense, and it really is a very sad case of Trump derangement syndrome, where these politicians are not only hurting themselves, but they're hurting their constituents, particularly constituents who aren't very well off, people who are relying on overtime to make ends meet, people who are working in things like food services and the accommodations part of the service industry. These are very hardworking people who desperately need this tax relief. And sadly, you have Democrats around the country who are trying to steal it from them.
Yeah, and Jersey, land of diners. They didn't get the message. It's stunning to me. To EJ, what story this year, heading maybe into 2026, is big to you? Maybe it didn't get played enough. Maybe you and I have talked about it.
Well, Dom, one of the things has got to be the Fed. When we look at a lot of different aspects of public policy right now, all the dials are really lining up for 2026. As you know, you already mentioned the big, beautiful bill. So you have tax reform. You also have seen regulatory reform. They overturned a record number of regulations this year. That is fabulous. And it comes on the heels of Biden over-regulating everything. So big relief there for consumers and businesses. That's a reduction in costs. So again, tax reform, regulatory reform. We've already had energy reform. That's accelerating with virtually every day that goes by. That's given us these incredibly low energy prices. You go to the gas pump, you can see it firsthand. It'll start trickling through to other parts of the economy as well. So all of these different areas, again, of public policy are really lining up great for phenomenal growth and big investment numbers in 2026. But I'm worried about the Fed. Powell can do a lot of damage between now and May when he leaves, when he's replaced. And we've already seen the Fed restart QE, or quantitative easing, which is just a euphemism for printing money. So all of the different things we just mentioned that are going to help put downward pressure on prices are going to be at odds with the Fed, which is putting upward pressure on prices. They are literally repeating the mistake that they made in 2020, 2021, and 2022, where they created trillions upon trillions of dollars and thought they could get away with it. Now, granted, they're not doing it anywhere near at the scale today that they did before, but it's still very worrisome.
What is the downside, in your estimation, both economically or politically, with President Trump replacing Powell early on in 2026?
I think it basically gives the Democrats a longer period of time to try to dig up dirt on the person and to come up with all kinds of crazy accusations to sink the nomination. That was true for somebody like Brett Kavanaugh, for example, for Clarence Thomas. Look at all of these different people. Obviously, they're both Supreme Court justices, but because the Fed has become so politicized now because of the Democrats, I think that there's a very good chance they will try those same kinds of shenanigans on the next person as well. So heaven help him or her. Godspeed. I hope they get through it okay. But I would not be surprised if the Democrats really, really raise hell over it.
Talking to EJ and Tony. EJ, one of the things I've been talking about today, I'm convinced that AI in general is going to become more unpopular, and whichever party grabs onto it. I'm a fan of the states setting the regulation. I trust them more than I do this federal government stuff, where I think the huge money, and the excuse will be used, and part of it's real, is the challenge with China. But Dr. Oz, who I'm really friendly with, there's a story today. They're going to use AI to determine, as an experiment in Medicaid and Medicare in Jersey, what treatment you get. Do you get this operation or not, at least on paper? That's pretty frightening.
Oh, it certainly is, because now you have to worry about the decision makers. So instead of the decision maker being the doctor, right, you now have to worry about the person who programmed this. Are they actually programming it to do what the doctor wants, or are they programming it to do what they want it to do? Look, this is what we saw with Google, for example, which I guess you could say, the Google search algorithm is a kind of proto-AI. Right. And what we saw for several years, it got really bad under Biden, but it was even bad under the first Trump administration, was these big tech oligarchs on the left trying to change people's search results, trying to change people's social media feed, whatever the case may be, change the information that you were getting in order to try to change your political views. And sadly, it has worked astonishingly well at various points in time. It is a kind of, I think, Orwellian control that George Orwell himself could not have even thought of when he was writing 1984. So it certainly poses a lot of risks, and it's very dangerous. And then the question becomes, okay, should government be involved? How should government be involved? And is it a question of government needs to be involved or society? Because those two things, we often conflate them, right? But they are different. Oftentimes when we say society needs to do X, Y, or Z, or we as a people have a responsibility to our fellows to do A, B, C, very oftentimes that just gets thrown into the lap of, well, that means government must do it. No, not necessarily. The fact that we need, for example, to help our fellow man when they are in poverty, that does not mean that private charity goes away and the government has to do it all. That is not the same thing.
I'm glad that last couple minutes that you talked, DJ, and I'm writing myself a note in 2026 just to throw the ball to you and let you talk about that. I know it's a passion of yours, what you just distinguished, and our listeners love hearing you. And you are Henry's favorite guest that he's able to book magically of the big guest here. He gets my vote in 2025. So where do we follow you on Twitter, EJ?
Best place to find me is going to be there on Twitter, and the handle is @RealEJAntoni.
EJ, have a great New Year's, and thank you as always.
Hey, thank you, Dom. Have a happy New Year.
All right, EJ Antoni here on Talk Radio 1210. Now we'll start to take some more of your calls. Something French in honor of the passing of Brigitte Bardot. In addition to that, I mentioned this guy at Politico, and Twitter is really roasting this guy. He's one of their chief guys, Josh Gernstein. He says, even Florida's stand your ground law, which is cheered by Second Amendment advocates, you have to, that's a reaction to it. Here's, let's see. He says, here's what he wrote on Twitter from Politico. At some point, the amateur effort to knock on doors of home daycares intersects with robust stand your ground laws. Now, you know that stand your ground laws mean you can be shot. So what have we seen today with those on the left, like this Politico guy and progressives? This Nick Shirley guy is driving him nuts. We played you Tarlow on Fox and Friends saying he didn't find $110 million and expose that in one day. People have been doing this. Walls, racial supremacist, is the charge for people engaged in this. Others out there saying, well, this has been going on for a while. Why is it such a big deal? Here is Marie Harf, and I may cut this, Henry, at some point here. This is cut 9. I believe she's on Fox, but she's on several national platforms. When asked, why do you think the Nick Shirley exposing this has gone viral? Here's what she said.
Yeah, well, let's look at how New York Times opinion writer Mara Gay characterized the Minnesota fraud scandal when she joined MS Now this morning.
There's also other scandals in other states, for example, the Mississippi welfare scandal. And this is not unique to politics. Americans know that. But of course, the other factor here is that because it looks like the Somali population in Minnesota, the Somali immigrant population may have been involved in some way.
Looks like.
Those people are being scapegoated, and that community is being scapegoated in a way that certainly serves the far right.
There we go.
So, Marie, do you think that this video got 114 million views on social media because people are trying to scapegoat Somalis, or what do you think is causing the interest?
I mean, I have no idea why people watch things online, but this has been a real problem in Minnesota for a long time. The first raids by police on daycare centers were in 2015. So that was a decade ago. In 2022, the FBI started getting involved more in conducting raids as well. Tim Walz has done some things to try and crack down on some of this fraud. I would also point out the Minnesota Star Tribune has written hundreds of stories about this over the past decade. It's not a network, to your point, but if you want to really dig into some of the history here, this is not a new phenomenon. I have no idea why now this video...
the first, again, let's go back to Hosting 101. What the hell is this woman on for if she's not going to answer the question? I have no idea why people see this as viral. No one said this isn't science. You're on there, and this is what I would state to her. Let me ask it again. Because, Marie, you're on here, albeit diverse opinion, you're liberal versus the other side. Why in the world did this get 114 million views? So far, it might be 125 by the time this show's on. You can say, if you want to say, well, they're racist. It's a Somali thing. Twitter is just, the sewer of this, that. You can say that and then try to point to it. But the host should not allow people that are on national TV to provide an opinion, not to give an opinion, and to launch to all this backstory. So it's an open question. Why 114 million, whatever it is, why have they seen this? My answer is that because they've had it with how blatant this is. And because Nick Shirley has been brilliant in just somebody following him around with a camera and doing this and then putting this package together in 42 minutes. It also indicates how effective independent journalists can be versus those that don't want to cover these things, a.k.a. Frank Scales this year when he confronted Larry Krasner. All right, not as important as this. But nobody else confronts Larry Krasner because they're afraid if they do, he won't answer their questions. They'll be kicked out. They won't be allowed at his pseudo news conferences. That's what should have been answered. No, that's why it's viral. Maybe a million reasons, but some of the bigger ones, and I am on watching Kash Patel. I don't see a lot of confidence in him that he's actually done too much here. People need to go to jail. Elected officials need to be indicted at least. Walz is number one. If he's not indicted for this, and everybody in his clack, including the attorney general, then something is wrong. We're tired of getting people stirred up, and then there's no payoff. You know what would happen to you if you're in a situation like this. So it's not just the small fries. It's also the elected infrastructure there. If they didn't see this, they're incapable of being in kindergarten, let alone in government. They did see it. They were either afraid or in on it. Indict them. That's what has to be done. All right, no Money Melody today, but every day we'd like to remind you that Money Melody is sponsored by NavyLeaguePhilly.org, NavyLeaguePhilly.org. You can do your part to support our Sea Service members and have a blast. These are great people. I saw the Army-Navy game with them by becoming a member for just $25 a year. To do that, go to NavyLeaguePhilly.org, NavyLeaguePhilly.org. All right, we'll take more of your calls coming up on Talk Radio 1210.
Kale and Company weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
The smartphone has made us stupid. We live in a society where you are just programmed now to have this thing in your hand. It's like an addiction. It's like smoking or drinking. You don't even know you're doing it. How many times are you in a setting where there's zero reason for you to have your phone in your hand? It's almost become a crutch in society to avoid social interactions with people.
Start your day with Kale and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Anthony Gambone and Denise Gambone. We've been with Crash Proof Retirement since 2016.
With the holiday season upon us, there's nothing I'm more thankful for than being here with Crash Proof Retirement. You're guaranteed to not lose any principal, and you're cheering the stock market to go up because it means you make more money.
That's the beauty of the Crash Proof system. I've made money, and I haven't paid for anything. You secure your nest egg, then it's compounded the next year. There's real growth.
Since Tony and I came to Crash Proof Retirement, we have made a substantial amount of money. And I mean, what's not to like about coming to Crash Proof Retirement? I would encourage everybody to have that same sense of security and peace for 2026.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at the Copperfield Inn on Wednesday, January 14th. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
I dared Archwell Health to keep track of my vitals and my grandkids' names.
I dared Archwell Health to simplify my prescriptions, so Max and I have more time to play. Good boy.
And I dared Archwell Health to be closer than my neighborhood coffee shop.
Our members dared us to do more as a primary care provider for adults age 60 and up. So we made it our mission. Visit archwellhealth.com and become a member today. Archwell Health. We dare to care.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-939-1441. That's 800-939-1441.
You can now tune in to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
All right, Tom Giordano Show, 855-839-1210. You get in somebody. French is what we are looking for. Let's go to Chris in Malvern on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Chris, go right ahead. Yo, Chris. Are you there, Chris? All right, I'll put him on hold. Greg in the Northeast, all-time great French name coming up. Hey, Greg, Happy New Year. Go right ahead.
Hey, Dom. Yeah, Happy New Year, Merry Christmas, even if it's too late.
Yes.
I'm going to go with a fighter philosopher, and that's the Marquis de Lafayette.
Yeah.
We wouldn't be having this conversation if it weren't for him.
I think you're right. And look, we try to downgrade the French. Henry's been on the surrender thing today, which is correct. But Revolutionary War, they did come through once we held the British, I think, to a draw. They were the deciding force.
He was the end game in Pennsylvania. He brought it down to an end and negotiated it, and then went off to fight the French Revolution. I mean, the guy was he was a fighter philosopher for the freedom of men.
Very well put, the Marquis de Lafayette. That's a very good answer, and I like the Pennsylvania connection here, too, around that. All right, hit us with that. Something connected to the French. No prize today, but people still flexing their side muscles here, which are some great answers that we've got. We mentioned Stefan Diggs early on, and this is going to be an interesting thing as we head to the playoffs. It's some Boston reporting that the police report on him, strangulation, apparently, of his chef, who's a female, and a money dispute. Now the NFL and the others, including the Patriots, are saying this is more of a private matter, full cooperation. It looks like a financial settlement could be made in this. Now, just because you're willing to settle financially doesn't mean you're guilty of anything. I go back to probably the most famous one I was involved in, thanks to Bruce Castor, who came on to talk about his decision way back when he was the district attorney out of Montgomery County, and that was Bill Cosby. And Cosby, with the original complainant, signed a statement. She got the money, and the matter ended, if you remember. What reopened it? Then all hell broke loose? Well, the judge, who was a Clinton appointee, as I remember, didn't like the fact that Bill Cosby had become, he was always a civil rights advocate, leader, in that regard. He had become what I think the guy think a two-face. He was argumentative toward certain actions by African Americans, speaking at NAACP events. He made a lot of news. And yet, he was engaged in this. And through that, they reopened that. And then all hell broke loose with Bill Cosby. So with Diggs, not nearly as prominent a figure, but I think Henry's estimation is correct. A pivotal figure as a wide receiver for a team that's in the top 5 or so.
Number one seed.
Okay, yeah.
Number one seed in the
so,
AFC.
Yeah,
it's a lot.
So the bottom line is this is going to be interesting this late in the year to have this police report. If there's no settlement, then I don't know what they do. If there's a financial settlement, as I said, in other words, he would pay her something, and then the matter is sealed. It doesn't mean he's guilty of it. But it'll be interesting to see. The hypocrisy of the NFL is incredible, beyond almost any institution I can think of. So I would rather they stay away from the domestic violence day and all that talk because it's hypocritical. His rights, though, have to be respected. That's obvious. And I predict what you're going to see here is some kind of financial arrangement. Probably. The argument is the woman in this case wants to be paid for what she did. He wouldn't pay, etc. That's what the report so far out says that. And if that's the case, I could see a financial settlement and a sealed document. It will be interesting to see then what the NFL says about this. Now, he categorically denies this, unsubstantiated, uncorroborated. Timing and motivation is crystal clear. Direct result of an employee-employer financial dispute. In other words, I think they're saying doing it at this point is suspect with the playoffs around the corner. Yeah, who knows the timelines on this, et cetera. But again, it takes me back to Cosby, and that was a legal document he signed, and the judge reopening that was political. It didn't like the point. Now, you could argue, well, look at all the evidence of Cosby after that came out. Okay. But a lot of it was they didn't like what he was saying. Remember, people killing each other over a piece of pound cake was the one quote. So they went outside this settlement. Now, I don't know that would happen with Diggs, but we'll see if it continues in this and he continues to make this argument. I guess the NFL and the Patriots could carry this on through the playoffs. All right, let me go to, it's Chris and Malvern there. I wanted to give him a shot. He waited a long time. Hey, Chris, go right ahead. What do you have today?
Hey, remember when Shady McCoy, he'd be
whoa. We're not doing that. So get off that, please.
Okay. Oh, I was in the Acme, and my eyes jumped at what they were offering in the meat discount section. Wait, let me pinch my nose. 2 packages of chicken cordon bleu.
Very nice. I like the impression there. Look, I know the McCoy stuff and all that. You got to understand. Unless I have documents right in front of me and all, we're not gonna do that. I have by memory what happened with Cosby. It's a matter of public record, and Bruce Castor's decision there, et cetera. So, when it's look, Diggs, nothing has been proven here, and we're going to see if this police report leads to something else. I don't even know if that's been done. It's my interest here, of course, protecting his rights, is the NFL's stance on stuff like this. And where they go, there have been cases where people have not been convicted, but they've moved on it. And, of course, the most infamous case that I can think of is the former running back for the Ravens.
Ray Rice.
When we, I didn't want to, when we saw the footage in the elevator with the then girlfriend and later wife, and they essentially did nothing on it. And then we went through the Atlantic City courts, and then ultimately the outcry was such. There's no video of this. There's nothing like that. So I don't think you're going to see that. But as more details, I don't know if he has a history of anything. I'm talking about not legal matters, but publicly what could happen here. This case will be out there, but predictably, probably some settlement at some point. Okay. Pastor Bill Devlin is with us next. We'll get his sense on what's the biggest story this year. We had him on recently talking about Nigeria. And yet I saw Chris Coons, noted military expert and religious expert, not the senator, complaining that President Trump bombed, let's say, the ISIS-related elements who kidnap young girls and attack and kill Christians in Nigeria. Hey, Chris, what is it you don't understand? The American people want that done. You want to be on the side of saying we're going to do what then? What action would President Joe Biden take to relieve the fact that in Nigeria, Christians are targeted and killed and raped and kidnapped? And Bill Devlin is right there in the center of that as it plays out. What would you do, Chrissy? 855-839-1210. More calls coming up.
Talk Radio 1210 WPHT will ring in 2026 with the legendary Bob Pantano. Be here starting at 7 p.m. for the New Year's Eve dance party, live from the Adelphia Ballroom. It's how New Year's Eve is meant to be celebrated. Great music, friends, and fun. The Bob Pantano New Year's Eve dance party. Starting at 7 p.m. live on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and at Bob Pantano Dance Party Radio on the Odyssey app.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Hey, this is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Listen, I know sometimes you worry about coming to see me because you don't want to invest in real estate, because you don't want to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants. I'm going to teach you a way that you don't have to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants, or even own any real estate and invest in real estate at the same time. You want to learn this, so go to investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com and take a complimentary class this Thursday, and I promise you, no toilets, no trash, no tenants.
When you need to know depend on KYW News Radio 103.9 FM.
Hundreds gather for a candlelight vigil in honor of Corporal Matthew Ty Snook, the Delaware State Trooper who was killed in the line of duty last week. The final touches are being put on Philadelphia's first New Year's Eve concert on the Parkway, and Nick Sirianni said the Eagles are still thinking through who will play Sunday against the Commanders.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
Start the new year off on a healthier note by taking Active Liver supplements from New Nordic every day. Available online at Amazon or NewNordicUSA.com or at your local CVS, ShopRite, Meijer Grocery, or Wegmans. Weather sponsored by the Piazza Auto Group.
Still windy this afternoon and into the early evening. We'll get up to 34 today. Overnight low 25. Wednesday 33, mostly cloudy. On New Year's Day, high 31 and partly cloudy. Friday 34, more sunshine on Sunday.
Volkswagen deal days are going on now at Piazza Volkswagen of Ardmore and Langhorne. Sign, then drive away in a new Tiguan, Taos, Atlas, or Atlas Cross Sport with available zero-down leases. Visit PiazzaVW.com for details or browse our extensive inventory.
Now back to the Piazza Auto Group Studios. Experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. This is Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
All right. Just saw this. I didn't know it was coming down. Tom Giordano show. The Atlantic City Expressway is going cashless. Drivers without Easy Pass will be paying double. You know, these guys, right? It's just endless with them. It will cost those without Easy Pass about $14 to travel the length of the highway, which connects Camden County to the shore. So let's just say, take a fairly far point on the Atlantic City Expressway. Where does it? What's that town there? It's not Blackwood. It's above Blackwood. I'm trying to picture the town where it actually you move into it. It's not that far from the bridge. You're going to pay $14 to travel. I guess it goes to North Wildwood. If you go that length, or it goes to Cape May, you're going to pay $14 now if you don't have Easy Pass. And I get it. Why wouldn't people get Easy Pass and all? We'll talk about this tomorrow. I mean, what would the objection be? You don't have it. Why don't you have it?
I don't want to be tracked.
I was going to ask that.
Simple as that.
Even I have to say, though, that's a little bit...
I mean, it sounds sus, but, like, I don't know.
That's okay.
It's the same reason I decline my picture at the airport when I'm in TSA.
Okay.
It's just I don't want it. I don't want it.
Yeah, well, I don't think you should have to. Again, this is another attack on cash. What they would do in the past, I guess they would send... How are they dealing with it now? You can pay by cash. That's right.
Yeah, I do it all the time.
Yeah. I was going to say, can they send it to your house? A thing that's kind of cumbersome.
Oh, they'll bill you if you.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Yeah.
You mean your license plate's still and everything.
But imagine it's going to cost you $14. What is the town there? It's not Galloway Township. I'm thinking of. It's not too far from that. I mean, that's not that long of a ride. $14, and. The shame of it is, I happen to think that's the best road in the area, the Atlantic City Expressway. You put your car on and it just stays right there. You got to be a bad driver if you can't drive that. I mean, it's a beautiful road. $14 now, and another enforcement of having to pay by using an Easy Pass. All right, let's go to Pastor Bill Devlin here. Then your calls on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Bill, Happy New Year. Thanks for joining us. Anything more on the Nigerian incident?
Yeah, no, but my first prediction is more people in New Jersey will be getting Easy Pass after that little point you made there. Yeah, nothing new about Nigeria other than, I think the big breaking news is that after 10 years and 10 months, I and my team in Nigeria were able to get a Nigerian Christian who was falsely accused of murder out of prison after 10 years and 10 months. Many people in your listener area know of the name Sunday Jackson. This was I won't go into all the details, but this was a young farmer. He was attacked by a herder, a Fulani jihadist. The Fulani jihadist stabbed him twice, once in the back, once in the leg. They got involved in mortal combat. Sunday Jackson defended himself and happened to kill this Islamist. And then the next day, Sunday Jackson was thrown into prison for 10 years and 10 months. And just the 2 days after Christmas here, this past Sunday on December 28th, he was released after spending, he was 20 years old, got out when he was 30. And so it's just an amazing story. Congressman Riley Moore out of West Virginia was over there last month and advocated for him. I've been advocating for him for the last 4 years. So this is a big win out of Nigeria. And thank God that on Christmas Day there was no jihad nationally in Nigeria after the Christmas Day night bombing by Trump, by the American pilots. There was no retaliatory measures against the Christian church. So if I may say, and I say this as a pastor, that it was really the prayers of God's people here in America that actually prevented that. So thank you for asking, and I'm going to encourage your listeners to continue to pray for Nigeria, because that Nigeria is on the path to be Islamicized. There's 36 states in Nigeria, 12 northern states already have Sharia law full on, and the rest of the states, however many that is, 36, and so 20 of the remaining states, even going down to Lagos, I believe over the next 10 years they're going to be Islamicized, and that the killings will continue. Already in the last 10 years, there's been over 80,000 Christian believers, children, women, men, that have been macheted to death or killed by the Fulani jihadists, or by Islamic State West Africa province, or by ISIS, or by Boko Haram. So these are just roving bands of jihadists and Islamists. And when I say jihadists and Islamists, these are Muslim people that believe that jihad, that's the struggle, and in order to Islamicize and establish a Nigerian caliphate, much the way it's been done in Afghanistan, and now Syria is going to happen that way. And there's 57 Muslim majority nations, and they all want to have caliphates, and they want Islam to be the rule of the day. And one of my 10 predictions, Dom, is that Islam is going to be the major religion in America by 2040. Think about it. That's only 14 years away.
Why? We know about their growth. I was shocked, Bill, way back when I think we had you on, when Jim Kenney said there were 200,000 people who were Muslim in Philadelphia. That's why they were going with the holiday. That's got to be at least, I'd say, 10 years ago. And I could not believe the numbers. Then I started to look around and think about it. So we get why that religion is hot in certain circles, but why then, what's the counter with the Christian? Aren't we seeing the Christian religion in America, Charlie Kirk and all that? Yeah. We're seeing younger people who are more, one of a better term, fundamental Christians of a sort. Wouldn't that counter it?
It may, but, we're already seeing what's happening in Dearborn, Michigan, and Patterson, New Jersey. Right. We're even seeing these red states like Oklahoma, Kansas. Texas has voted to outlaw Sharia law, that it'll never come. There's a move in the U.S. Congress to outlaw Sharia law nationally. So, and I'm glad you mentioned Charlie Kirk, because I would say on a religious level, on a political level, and on a free speech level, the two top stories of 2025 were the assassination of Charlie Kirk and the election of Pope Leo. Now, about Charlie Kirk, you're right. Another one of my predictions, that the youth of America have awakened, and we hope that continues under Erica's leadership or others, certainly not Tucker Carlson or crazy Candace Owens. But so the youth of America have been awakened, both on the Catholic side, the evangelical Protestant side. But here's the bad news about the Catholic Church, and I say this as a non-Catholic, but I work with Catholics around the world, the Orthodox. The Catholic Church, even under Pope Leo, will continue to surge leftist. And I know that because of the recent meeting in Baltimore, the National Conference of Catholic Bishops. I talked with one of the bishops who was there, and he said the majority of the bishops are out of control on immigration. The church will continue to go left. They'll speak out on immigration, but they won't speak out on the sanctity of life, the sanctity of family, and the sanctity of marriage. They're going to continue to say that Jesus was a refugee, Jesus was a Palestinian. So I really don't, everybody's very excited about Pope Leo, but frankly, I'm not. because he, again, gets on that common scold that Pope Francis had, that Jesus was a refugee. We need to open borders. Well, guess what? Vatican has very strict immigration policies, and they have a wall around it. Why does the White House have a fence around it? So, the other predictions, anti-Semitism, to include our Jewish brethren, that is going to continue to explode. I've been working with the Jewish community here in Philadelphia 35 years. I've been in every march in Philly and in New York City with my Jewish brethren, the New York Board of Rabbis. I work with them every week as a volunteer. Anti-Semitism, and we're already seeing it. Take your pick. France, Sweden, Finland, Norway, Germany. How about Australia? And you even look at what New York City. Now we've got a Muslim mayor. He's all about globalize the intifada. I hope your listeners know that means the Islamization of the world. That means intifada means that struggle, that fight. And Gaza is not going to be solved. Anti-Semitism will continue to explode. Europe has already been Islamicized. We all know that Islam is not compatible with Western culture. They cannot be assimilated. Another one of my predictions, Republicans are going to be better off after all this current division crap that's going on. Democrats, my number 9, Democrats will continue to go crazy off the rails. They're going to appoint J.B. Fritzer as the head of Weight Watchers and Chris Farley as the head of Weight Watchers.
Wait a minute. Headline time. Let's put that up on a billboard. J.B. Pritzker, Weight Watchers head. Hey,
and Madonna's going to be in charge of sexual purity, and just on and on and on. And here's a number 10, but it's perhaps the biggest. Even after Roe v. Wade was overturned, what do we see in Pennsylvania? Well, number one, chemical abortions are now 60% of the death of the unborn. So even after Roe v. Wade was overturned, if I may say, the destruction of unborn children, little boys, little girls, will continue to grow because of chemical abortions. And, states are going to be in competition with one another. There's going to be cultural competition. There's going to be a bifurcation of the states. The blues are going to get bluer. The red are going to get redder. And it's the reds are going to thrive, but the blues are going to decline. And frankly, on the sanctity of life, look at what happened, Dom, 10 days ago, that by a majority of the House of Representatives in Pennsylvania, they want to they voted. It passed 102 to 101. They want to constitutionalize the right to abortion. And 2 Democrats dissented. They said, I can't vote for this. And 2 Republicans, Joe Hogan and Ben Salem, voted in favor of it. Mrs. Tomlinson, whose dad was a premier pro-life leader in the House, but these 2 Republicans vote in favor. We lost by 1 vote.
I know that, Bill. I am flat out of time, though. Tell us where to find Bill Devlin. Where do we find you on Twitter and social media?
Yeah, they can go to widowsandorphans.info, widowsandorphans.info. God bless you, Dom. Happiest New Year's. Talk to you in 2026. Thanks for having me on. And God bless you and all of your listeners, and keep Jesus number 1.
Thank you, Bill. Boy, that was quite a list that we got into. J.B. Pritzker. All right, if you have a list like that, be ready tomorrow, on the eve of the new year. We'll be doing more of that. Hey, imagine actually feeling merry, bright, and genuinely healthy this holiday season with Rescue, and that feeling starts right now. Going on today, the Deck the Hall sale lets you save up to 78% on high-quality, research-backed natural supplements, so you can feel your best and enjoy every festive moment ahead. For over 40 years, Rescue Natural Supplements has been the trusted wellness partner for millions of folks and their families across the country. Formulas are crafted with purity, potency, and real science behind every capsule. That's why customers rely on Rescue for their essentials: powerful omega-3s, doctor-recommended cholesterol support, gentle but effective pain relief, advanced probiotic blends, and natural age-defying formulas that help you stay vibrant from the inside out. This season, give yourself the gift of feeling good. Stock up, save big, and step into the holidays with the confidence that comes from supplements made with integrity and backed by decades of results. Ordering is easy. Go to res-q.com or res-q product consultant. You'll find them at 826 Alive. 800-262-5483. Online, res-q.com. 78% off the entire holiday season.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
Insults that are used towards bald people, some of which I've never heard and some I absolutely love, including coconut bounce, eggshell, cue ball, light bulb, and slaphead. I love slaphead.
Yeah.
Slaphead
That's
is a
what
totally underrated word in this country.
That's what I'm going to start calling the show.
Slaphead and Company.
Or Caillou.
Yeah, cue ball and co. That's what we should call this show.
Oh, yeah.
Start your day with Kale and Company. Weekday mornings, 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
If you're suffering from burning, tingling, or numb feet, you need to pay special attention as we discuss neuropathy with Dr. Thomas Oliver of Oliver Wellness Center. Doctor, what is neuropathy?
Peripheral neuropathy is actually nerve damage to the feet and legs.
And what are the symptoms?
The major symptoms are pain, numbness, tingling, burning, muscle cramps, coldness in the hands and feet, and problems with balance.
Is neuropathy treatable?
It is absolutely treatable, and we can get great results.
Call 856-347-0032 today to schedule a nerve damage screening. Your nerve damage screening will tell you if you're at risk for serious complications and if you're a candidate for our innovative treatment program. Don't wait until your symptoms are so severe there's nothing that can be done. End-stage neuropathy leaves people confined to walkers, wheelchairs, and even with amputations. Call 856-347-0032. The first 25 callers will receive a free nerve damage screening. Call 856-347-0032.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
You still thinking job change in the new year?
Yeah, I need something that's in high demand and more stable in this economy.
IT?
Yeah, cybersecurity, maybe even AI.
That's what I did.
Really? How?
Went to My Computer Career. You don't need any prior experience, and you could start your new career in a matter of months. A lot of IT pros go to school there, too, to level up.
Sweet. Are classes online or on campus?
Both.
Wow, I'll check it out. Thanks.
Make this your year. Take the free career evaluation now at mycomputercareer.edu, an Elite CompTIA certification partner. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
Hey, Hatboro. Tell your smart speaker deploy 1210 WPHT. WPHT.
The time has come for the final test.
We usually call it the lightning round.
That is right. Passing of Brigitte Bardot, Dom Giordano's show. By the way, hit us with something French. I'm looking at this. They say it's 44 miles from Camden, so we're not Camden, at least where I pick it up. I think it's probably under 40. And if you take the Atlantic City Expressway and you don't use Easy Pass, those 40 miles will cost you $14. Okay? Think about that. It's environmentally sound. That's the reason for it. And I hear, it's going to make because you're not stopping, waiting there to pay.
Oh, no. God forbid I say hi to the toll booth worker.
Yeah, so we'll dig into this more tomorrow. And I broadcast from there. This might be a heck of a broadcast, the Farley broadcast. And we have the guy on, and it's usually pretty good, the uptick and all. I'm marking that subject down already. It's not till Memorial Day. Robert in Ben Salem's next, Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Robert, afternoon.
How you doing, Dom and Henry? It's good to talk to you. And Henry, I'm glad you're feeling better, brother.
Thank you, Robert.
I think that real quick, Dom, all these things with voter fraud and all the crimes that they're investigating in Minnesota and Georgia and Nevada, I think that the arrests and indictments or lack thereof is definitely going to have an impact on Republican turnout for the midterm.
That is
Do you agree?
Perfectly put. And I'm putting on the clock here Kash Patel, who's suspect to me, and the FBI on this, Robert. That's one example. If elected officials, a few of them at least, don't get at least indicted, you're right. Yep. People are going to throw their hands up and say, why do I kill myself to put these guys in office?
Absolutely. But I want to keep it quick, so I'll get right to my answer, and that is Champagne. Now, Champagne is sparkling wine because it's carbonated. And it wasn't invented by Dom Perignon. It was actually invented by Benedictine monks in 1531 because they bottled the wine or the wine before it was fermented, but that caused too much carbonation and you had exploding bottles, and I'm pretty sure the corks did more damage in history than the Maginot line did. So then later on they figured out that if you let it ferment and then give it a second fermentation in the bottle, that will give you carbonation and bubbles without the danger. So I'm going to go with champagne, and that's something that you pop when you win, not surrender. No offense, Henry. You guys have a wonderful day, all right?
Put. And Ro and I are going to a dinner tomorrow. I'm not a champagne drinker, but it's part of the price fix. It's in there, so of course it's not free. But I mean, you can't get around it, so I'll drink it.
Yeah, you
got to drink it then. Yeah, popping corks or anything else.
Is it actual champagne or is it
yes.
just?
Apparently, that's what it's advertised as. I'll be checking that and sending my attorneys over if not. Joe of Exton, Talk Radio 1210. Happy New Year, Joe. What's yours today?
Yes. Hello, Dom. Good afternoon and Happy New Year. My French connection involves the Louvre Museum, which houses the picture known as Mona Lisa.
Thank you, Joe. He ends, and he's ended. What better on brand than the Louvre?
Yeah, the Louvre, Mona Lisa,
Mona
bang.
Lisa,
That's
bang.
all you
That's
need.
it. Good night, everybody. I have a comment after that. Okay. Great stuff on these today. I liked Greg and Malvern, the call and the whole thing. If I were voting on that, that's where I would go today. But, Sean, who did you like?
I thought the champagne was a good
twist. The call
twist.
was unbelievable. The guy just rolls them out. Yeah. Henry, how about you?
Yeah, I liked your two answers. I liked Earl Tacone's answer of the French Asylum. I liked that little history lesson.
Yep.
As well as Greg in the Northeast with Marquis de Lafayette.
Oh, that's what I meant. Not Malvern. Greg in the Northeast. Yeah, I would have. The call was great. All right, we don't have a prize this week for it, so we won't have that on Friday. It's a prizeless week. But then next week, we go back to the usual form here with the side and everything else. Again, thanks for listening today. Tomorrow, we got a great guest coming on already, the Reverend who was on with me before, calling out Josh Shapiro, saying this Crown Act, which bans discrimination in hair for African Americans principally, sure, but he says Josh Shapiro is blackwashing. What about kids in these rotten schools? And this guy actually has developed schools himself. You'll hear that tomorrow, and I will ask him about my buddy, Matt Bradford. Matt, when are you coming back on the show? Thanks to Sean Henry producing today. Follow on Twitter at DomShow1210, and a lot more, too, on what's going on in Minnesota at DomShow1210. Rich Cioli's show is next. Is it Mike? Do we know? Is he hooked in today? No?
I don't know.
Okay. All right. It may be Mike Opelka, but somebody's sitting in for Rich today. 4 big hours straight ahead. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.